Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, December the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Looking for a couple of yeses so that I know you can hear me and see my screen. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. All right. All right, guys. Well, a little action for me this morning already. A couple of shorts are Stitch Fix earnings play. Obviously a disaster right now anyway. I mean, I can't believe the stock was up at beginning of the year. This was up at $113. Anyway, so I actually tried twice. I got in early at around, I think it was 1885, and then it started to move up and it got to the 19 and I got out. So I took a little loss there. And then I reshorted at 1880. I've covered most in the 1825 area and just waiting to see if it really breaks down further. And we'll see what happens. There is still room underneath for Stitch Fix. Other things happening, man. I was just watching this court. This caught my eye yesterday also. A little late on it now though, but court, look at this, just absolutely getting crushed right here. Just looking at the news that came out, extension of previously announced tender offer. Okay. To announce that it has extended the expiration of its previously announced tender offer. All right, so I guess investor or anybody that's holding this was hoping this would be done now. Anytime there's an extension, there's always potential for it not to happen, I guess. So this is, I guess, what is causing this one to really tank here. Cort, C-O-R-T. So, what's happening? LEXX, LEXX. It gapped up, did have some news. Yeah, I'm not going to go over it, but they did have a press release. It's a cannabis play, I guess. But it has dropped from 749 down to 586. So not too interested right now, of course. We'll have to see if it can base a little bit and pop. The only good thing if you're wanting to follow this, 4.5 million in the float. So that is a very low float situation. Lots of trading already. It's already traded the float. This one from yesterday that got halted for a long time, Dare, D-A-R-E. And I guess it finally resumed after hours. And it's still up 14%, 15%. A ton of volume already. D-A-R-E. This is an interesting one. I was eyeballing this one also. S. This is an earnings play. I might be, we really, if I hadn't been so wrapped up in the SFIX, I probably would have taken this one. Also, or instead of, but this is another earnings play, way down here now. Now, for those of you liking something a little more expensive, EPAM. What I couldn't find out though. So EPAM is being added to the S&P 500. Now, normally when a stock is added, one gets booted out. I think anyway. I couldn't see who's being booted out. But obviously this is a super expensive one, but some of you like to play these, so there's your EPAM. And we can laugh. EFOI, virus play, okay. Low float, 4.5 million in the float. Doesn't matter what we think. 3.67 or 367 is the 200-day moving average. It's right there. Right there. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. PSFE. PSFE. Man, listen to Cort. I'm hearing Cort in my ear. That is just getting hammered here. PSFE. This is popped up. Don't know exactly which insider, but there is an insider buy. PaySafe leadership and directors purchased $2.8 million in common shares. Couldn't see the price. Here we go. Let's see what price. They don't actually say the price, but anyway, I can't see what the price is, but anyway, this is the reason for this one to pop. UMC. There's a big float on this one. Let's see, is it still underneath 12? Couldn't see any specific reason for this one gapping down. It's a big float, 2.3 million, but it is under 12. And if you look left, I mean, a couple of days ago, the low was 1168, so that may stall it. So I just bring it to your attention. Xela, X-E-L-A. So a $35 million investment by B. Riley, X-E-L-A. And it's not a low float, 160 million. Boy, listen to this. Well, I can hear Court. I've got my text to voice for the gap downs. And look at this, unbelievable. I missed the boat on this one for sure. And another one, I don't think this is holding its gap very well, but let's take a look. AUUD, AUUD. And let's see, what news did they have? Some kind of a partnership press release. And so it got up to 288. It's pulled back quite a bit. Low float, 9.9 million in the float. Now I did mention I did have ACET on my list. This is a tough one. I mean, in terms of trading it, it can be very, very whippy. You can see it actually got up to 1520. I think that was the high yesterday. 1528 was the high of yesterday. So again, remember 2 days ago it had that big run. And I was waiting on this one to see if it would take this out yesterday, the 1530 mark. It never did it. Now the market is basically flat now. It was a little bit of a gap up, but it's starting to fade a little bit now. Was it an offering yesterday? ACET? Okay. Oh, I see that. 6.25 million shares. I do see that now. So actually, it's not a proposed. They did it. Raised 87 million. That's some quick math. That's about $14. So they did the financing at about 14. So that's good. That's good. I mean, it's above the financing price. So existing shareholders and the market saying, okay, you know what? You're raising for, I guess, all the right reasons. They're not punishing it too much at all. In fact, I mean, so it's about a $14 financing for ACET. All right, 9/11, let me take a look to see if I can see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. All right, let's see now. How many upgrades? We have a few upgrades, some more downgrades. Not a huge amount of either one of them, but I'm hearing SOL is text to voice. It's moving down. SOL. Interesting. Oh no, it's not RXRX, it's RXDX. That's the one we were watching yesterday, RXRX. But RXDX has a upgrade from Oppenheimer. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Bunch of downgrades. Well, I see a couple of downgrades for. Well, there's the ACET, guys. So it's above yesterday's high, or right at yesterday's high. We got a couple of downgrades for SFIX. Listen to, I'm hearing S also. S is on the way down also. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Morning, Ija. S continues down off earnings. Sentinel-1 continues down off earnings. I mean, let's look left on this. I mean, I think the weekly chart, it's already 44.10, so it's already below last week's low. And 43.02, so it's below that low here. We're almost at an all-time low. I mean, it's only 7% above the all-time low. So yesterday we did not get one in the daily breakdown, 10-day daily breakdown. Well, I didn't anyway with the filters that I've got. Let's see if we get some today. Let's take a look at the sectors to start, see what's happening. See if we can find anything of interest. Of course, this can change. Okay, so there's energy. Energy, I don't like that. Gets our Canadian dollar a little higher. I want it lower. But anyway, there's energy, XLE. 100%, what that means is that every single stock that makes up the XLE Energy ETF is up from yesterday's close. 70% of technology is up. Financials, 86%. Boy, you'd think that the market would be up a little bit more. I'm surprised because everything is up. Not really any super weak sector right now. I mean, maybe utilities, but yeah, so everything is up right now. Right now. Of course, this can change. We'll look at this about an hour from now and see how things can really change. Are you on the, okay, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on the docked channel bar, if you're not on the later version, I mean, you can access it from the channel bar. You know, I wish they get rid of this, but anyway, you've got channel bar or dock channel bar, okay? Channel bar should have it, but dock channel bar definitely. You know, and sector status is right here. So if you don't have that, then you'd have to load. I can't load it from the channel because my layout will disappear, okay? But let me just check. Let me see if the sector status is here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, sector status is there also. You have your pick. Unless you're on a super old version of Trade Ideas. All right, let's take a look at PTPI from Zach. PTPI, probably a low floater. Yep, another low float situation. And just as Zach says, announces positive over-the-counter label comprehension study, etc., etc. And Goodyear GT. Goodyear, Real is talking about a 10-day daily breakout for Goodyear. Yep, definitely, obviously. Now let's take a look at it. 23.18. So the next highs are, around the 23.80 to 24 level. So I guess it's got some room. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Let's take a look at P-Lab. Yeah, earnings play actually. I didn't see it because the volume is so, well, I call it putrid. There's no volume yet for P-Lab, but it is an earnings play. Released earnings this morning. Really not a big reaction yet. Yeah, I mean, once the market opens, of course, the volume will pick up, obviously, but what did it do yesterday? 500,000 shares yesterday. Surprised that there's just not more volume right now. Can't trade it yet because, you look at the spread, 1563, 1631, so it's untradeable right now. But definitely, I mean, once the market opens, probably the volume will certainly pick up. Spread will tighten up. Yeah, ISIG just jumped up. I see that. Yes, Jeff. ISIG. And of course, that's another one that's been an active trader for the last few days. Actually, I guess only on Monday. So Monday I had the big pop up to 16 level. It rested yesterday. Lots of volume. Just kind of waiting on the Stitch Fix guys, the SFIX. I don't have very much left, just in case it does something really crazy on the open. And this CHPT, this was a big one from yesterday, so I don't really know what solars are doing right now, but CHPT, oh, it's an earnings play. Aha! This is an earnings play. I didn't realize it. I thought it was just being knocked down because of maybe the overall EV market. But no, this is an earnings play released after hours yesterday. You can see the reaction right here. That's that mauve area. Initial little pop and then the drop, and now it continues to move down. Take a look left on the weekly chart, and this week's low was 1972. That must have happened on Monday. Yeah, that was the low on Monday. Little pop yesterday with most of the EVs, but then earnings, and the market is not reacting that well to it. Down 5.5% right now. Decent volume already, but it's a big float too, almost 200 million in the float. So I guess there's a big not conference, but I guess I don't know the right term, testifying. I don't know if it's from a Congress or some body today. Look at these bottoming tails for a GT. Hard to know exactly what they mean. May mean nothing. Ardus. Let's take a look at Ardus. Real talk. Mentioned that one. Ardus. RDUS. Yeah, something happened here. Wonder what happened here. It announces results from the wearable trial evaluating. Obviously, did not. The wearable study did not meet its primary endpoint. So not good. Not good. This just happened here at 9 o'clock. So I was opening the room. Almost an all-time low right now, Ardus. Definitely one. I'm sure this is going to show up on the gap down. 10-day daily gap down. Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on, see if it holds underneath that 9 level. Again, it's almost an all-time low for Ardus, RDUS. Boy, that ACET is all over the place. Look at these bottoming tails for ACET. 15-minute chart, all the way down to 1469, down to 1483. Trying to hold that 15 level. The high of 2 days ago was 1567. Just I'm continuing to wait on that Stitch Fix SFIX. Let's see if it takes out 18. Here's another one that seems to be moving down, guys. Yeah, it's a very cheap one. SCPS. SCPS. Very cheap. Ooh, look at Billy, guys. China stock. Billy, look at Billy. Let's see, the low of 2 days ago was 51.58. Is it below? Low yesterday was 59.11, so it's below that low of yesterday. Next low looking left is way down here around 52.30, and that's for BILI. Look at Docu. Docu was really strange yesterday. It based for hours at a certain price. You can sort of see on, well, no, you have to look on the 15-minute chart. Well, it doesn't look as basey here, but believe me, it was like it was doing nothing for a long time. Little pop here for Docu, DOCU. And what's the high of yesterday? It was 146.06, so it's still below that high of yesterday. I hope so, Zach. It's not that far from an all-time low for SFIX, only 7% above the all-time low. Docu was doing okay. I mean, that'll be a reason, I guess. Thank you, William. One minute to the open. Yes, thank you, William. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let me get rid of a couple of scans on my other monitor. Get prepared for today. So already we have a couple that have traded the float. EFOI and ISIG. They've already traded the float. $5 million shares, really. Wow, that's solid backing, I guess. All right, we're now open. So I typically don't trade in the first 15. I know I'm in that SFIX, but that's pre-market. All right, well, there we go, guys. There's one right there. We didn't have one yesterday on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early. I mean, and I just feel like I'm chasing it, unfortunately. But it is just getting slammed here. CORT. Wow, look at this. 18 now. There's the alert at 18.56. It was just... Okay, good for you, William, on the EFOI. Yeah, very fluffy press release. Okay, now the PLAB. Okay, so what sort of volume do we have now for PLAB? Okay, remember last time we looked it was 12,000 shares, so 100,000 now. And the spread, of course, is tightened up. Now, the next high, looking left, 1675 on that monthly chart. So we're actually at an all-time high now for PLAB. All-time high. But it's early. Oh, court. Wow. I mean, I just can't bring myself to take these so early. Early. I would have loved to have taken this in the pre-market. Also, be interesting to know if you can how easy it is to get the shorts with it down 17% with that uptick rule. All right, CHPT continues on earnings. CHPT continues. Look at the pop it had, though, up to 21. Wow, look at ACET now, guys. ACET is almost at the 2-day-ago high. In fact, it briefly touched it. In fact, it went over that. The 2-day-ago high was, Monday's high was 1567. No, William, I know you don't hold things, but man, oh man, that EFOI really popped over the 200-day moving average. All right, come on, SFIX. Take out that 50, that 18. I know you want to. There we go. I would anticipate that this is going to show up in the 10-day daily breakdown soon. Certainly the relative volume is fine. Wow, EFOI. I mean, again, you read the press release, sure, fluffy, doesn't really matter what we think. Man, look at court continuing down here. Let's look left. Last month's low was 1766, so it's below last month's low. The month before that was 1757. It takes that out. I mean, now the next lows are down here around 1667, so still $1 to go before we hit those lows. That was back in, well, November of last year, so over a year ago. So look at ISIG, guys. I mean, that's why I don't like to chase things early. I mean, knowing also that this one can be very whippy, but you know, look what it did. It got up to 1347, went back down to 1211. Indicative of a very low float. UNFI, let's see, UNFI from Zach. Earnings play. So earnings play. Nice gap up. Yeah, big breakout. UNFI. I mean, look at ACET. If you wonder why I don't like to trade in the first 15, I will miss the ones that run immediately. I'm fully prepared for that. But look at ACET as an example. 1582 goes all the way down to 1479. You know, and I'm missing EFOI, but I could have just closed my eyes and taken the court short, but wow, this is just getting clobbered here. All right, let's take a look at the SPY. SPY's basically flat. Dow's up a little, tech's down a little, or NASDAQ's down a little. So nothing, no real action yet. Well, that worked pretty well on the 10-day daily breakout for the EFOI. Not so much for the ACET. Yeah, it's stubborn right at 18. It is a little bit stubborn, the SFIX. Excuse me. Here's an earnings play, guys. Campbell's Soup, CPB, actually is an earnings play. CPB. And not a lot of kind of choppy action in the pre-market, but here's CPB, earnings play. Nice little breakout, I guess. Let's take a look at the monthly chart. 42.73. Wow. So 2 months ago, the high was 42.73. It's right there. The month previous to that was 44.30. So it's got some room. Again, it's early. All right. I'm all out of the SFIX. I will put an alert at just underneath 18. See if it takes it out again, but I'm all out of the SFIX. I didn't have very much left, so I'll stick an alert down here around 1797. See if it takes it out later on. And that was a pre-market trade for me. MCW, Real just mentioned MCW starting to move down here. I had an alert, oh, I know why. I had the alert set for 2 days ago, the low of 2 days ago. And so this is moving down. And what's the volume like? The volume is just not good enough. Spread isn't terrible. You know, it's only a dime with only 43,000, which is kind of interesting. BFRI, let's take a look at BFRI from Zach. BFRI. Yeah, okay, so this one, 3.6 million in the float. Let's see if there's any, I do see some notice of allowance for U.S. method of use patent on the PDT lamp. Obviously does not stand for pattern day trader. A PDT lamp, okay? Not familiar with that, but so they've got some kind of a patent going for it. And it's a low float situation. The next high looking left is way up here at 658. But you've got to be careful. You know, 3.6 million in the float, so just be awfully careful if you're going to take this one. Wow, look at ISIG. Holy smokes, yes. Wow, another massive move here. Whippy as anything. I mean, look at this. I mean, this was down to 12, now it's up to 14. The high of 2 days ago, again, is 1571. Even Lex is coming back, guys. Lex is coming back. Look at the volume that came in. So this is a market high. You know, the pre-market high was way up here. 736, another low float situation. They had some news. Positive trial results. I have no idea what phase. Positive results. They don't know what phase it is. But again, easy come, easy go. Up to 611, right back down to 580. Look at that. There's that 200-day moving average, guys. That could, I mean, it didn't stall in the pre-market, but you know, in normal market hours, whatever you want to call it, it has stalled it. Look at 613, and it literally got right to the penny, I believe. You know, almost right to the penny. Yeah, I saw that one in the pre-market, Zach, the ENSC. Didn't bother really looking at it any further. Okay, markets are kind of flat right now. Nothing really happening. Nas is down a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, so kind of flat right now. Ha! DAC looking for 40. That definitely is a nice move for DOCU on that on the CEO, showing confidence in his company, I guess, buying some shares. All right, so the volume has definitely picked up. Amazing, you know. We only had about 12,000 in the pre-market. They released earnings pre-market, PLAB, and now the volume is, of course, getting way up there now. And it's almost an all-time high. I guess there's the all-time high right up here. All right, I also see that SIG was halted at 940. Let's see what the projection is. Can't really tell. It says 1417, 1418, so really no clue where this may open. If it is a 5-minute halt, yep, it'll open at 31 seconds after 9:45. So I'll keep it on the screen. Let's see if it does open. Let's see, again, there's no real clue. I mean, 1417, it's no way it's going to open right here. I wouldn't think anyway. This is from Interactive Brokers. So if it's going to open, 2, 1, open. So it didn't open. So it looks like it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt now for ISIG. So again, I have to repeat myself all the time, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they are multiples of 5. So this could be a 10-minute halt then for ISIG, a volatility halt. Well, glad I got out of that SFIX. I guess whatever the guy was, the CEO on CNBC, obviously bravely trying to defend his company. Well, somebody, Fernanda, you're asking me my thoughts on EFOI. I mean, you can only say a couple things. I mean, it's above the 200-day moving average. You have to read the press release. In my opinion, it's kind of, fluffy and all that, but it's a low float situation. So anything can happen. You just got to be careful. I mean, I'm not, if you're asking me, should you take it now? Of course, I don't ever talk like that. The longer it holds for, let's take a look. Look left on it. 466 is the next high looking left on the monthly. Yeah, so that's the next, those are sort of the next high. So that's where, in theory, that's where it's going to encounter maybe some resistance for EFOI. But the longer it holds for, but it's a low float. So if you're going to take this one, do not wander away from your computer. Because, I mean, the rug can get pulled just like that. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Still looking at that ISIG, still no clue. I mean, it still says 1417, 1418. I'm getting so tired of this IMPP halting, resuming. It's been like that for the last few days. All right, Real mentioned VRA in the pre-market, kind of chopping around, not really doing too much. Spread, of course, is tightened up now, 849, 857. Earnings play. Meanwhile, court continues now. What an awesome alert, 1856. I did not take it. I would have loved to have taken it in the pre-market. Okay, definitely getting ready for the, see if we get another one in the 10-day daily breakdown. All right, I'm assuming Bitcoin is having a bit of a pop here. I'm looking at BITO, ETF for Bitcoin. BITO, little red bar ignored right now. So it's actually just gone positive. So I'm assuming Bitcoin having a bit of a jump. I just can't chase it, Zach. I just not on my DNA to chase this down. I know it could keep moving down, but over 50. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I saw. They tease, don't they? They like to tease, and you say, "Wow, oh man, look at this." Yeah, obviously, almost an all-time low now. Oh, I see. Okay, wow, ISIG just opened, and it just got halted. Now, remember what we saw? We saw 1417, 1417. I said there's no way it's going to stay there, and of course it didn't. I mean, it gapped up to almost 17 and halted again. Keep an eye on PSFE, guys. PSFE. Did have some news. Insiders buying, and got all the way down to, well, not all the way down, but 381. It's not a low float though, 340 million in the float. Over 4 though. And looking left on the daily chart, 426, that could stall it. I wish all this weren't here. Man, it would be great if this, if it was a free run to the 740 mark, but it just isn't. All right, this was another one that was active in the pre-market, but it got up to 286. This is AUUD. It is now a market high, and then it just dropped. So forget it. 9.9 million in the float. Okay, just kind of looking, keeping an eye now on the RDUS earnings play. Sorry, not an earnings play, just bad news. And almost an all-time low for RDUS. RDUS, okay guys, this is looking more and more interesting. It's holding underneath 9 well. And of course, it got down to 825. No, court, oh, I can't look at this. $2 from that 1856. Give me a moment, please. I'm having some Bluetooth issues. Okay, just give me one moment, please. All right. All right, I have to put an alert down here. I'm going to put an alert about 880, 879 or 880 for the RDUS. I want to see if it gets down to that level. Now there's the CPIX. Zach just mentioned CPIX. Next high looking left is 750. Another low float, 8.2 million in the float. ISIG just opened. Aren't these the ones that some I can't remember, was it Oppenheimer or one of those put a $30 price target? I don't know if it's Oppenheimer or one of those. Was it ISIG a couple days ago? Yeah, look, I mean, my goodness. I mean, got up to 657 CPIX, all the way back down to 620. Very whippy. I do see I do see JMIA. It is moving. Had not earnings, but they said that they had a good Black Friday. That's what Good Friday. Black Friday. Good results from their Black Friday, and it is now at yesterday's high, JMIA. Meanwhile, ISIG will not quit. And I thought it was going to get halted again. Ooh, look at this one, guys. NVTS. This is taking a bit of a header here. And the next low looking left on the daily is 1730. So this has some room to go. If you look at yesterday's low, NVTS, for whatever reason, it is moving down. Can't see any specific reason. I'm afraid to look. NVEI. Well, so they really did a number, and in this case, it really worked. It was not Citron, the other guys, Street Sweeper. I'm sorry, Spruce Point. Spruce Point. Yeah, I mean, this ISIG looks like it's going to take out 20. Just as I speak. You might get your 40 DAC. Ah. Wouldn't that be... Well, guys, I'm kind of waiting on the R-Dust to see if it wants to collapse more. 889 right now, still hanging under. Well, in fact, here we go. All right, let's see if this goes down further. R-Dust. See if that 823 can be a bit of a magnet right down here. It got all the way down to 821 or so. So I am short this. Want to see if it can even get close to that low down here. I think it's still, I think that's the one that, I can't remember who it was, if it's Oppenheimer or, I can't remember who it was who put a $30 price target on. I think it's ISIG, and that happened on Monday. I don't see any news today. But, you know, because of that float. But again, I can't remember if this is the one that was a $30 price target was put on it. Okay, no, I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong. This was yesterday. Yeah, right. They said, following news, the company will commence a formal process to explore strategic options to maximize shareholder value, including potential merger or acquisition. So that was yesterday. Okay, so I think I'm wrong. I don't think that's the one that one of those firms put a $30 price target on it. Yeah, I guess. I mean, there's, it's such an insanely low float for ISIG. Okay. I mean, we've got under 1 million shares. Others may have 1.3. Whatever that float is, it's going to be very, very low. And, look at the volume. Relative volume is still huge. Does it? Let's take a look at jets. Let's take a look at the ETF for the airline industry. Jets, yeah. So it's above yesterday's high. Yeah, for these small ones, yeah, I mean, we have 7.69%. That's what we have. That's what our provider has. So not super high, but that's what our provider has. Man, did they ever do a number on NVEI? I guess we have to start maybe at some point looking for a bit of a bounce. All right, Ardas. Ardas, guys. I think this is now definitely an all-time low, right? Almost an all-time low. All right, BSIG. Of course, that was another one from yesterday. Huge down day on, that would have been Friday. That was a big down day on Friday. So now BSIG is at yesterday's high. So on the 10-day daily breakout for ISIG, that was pretty good. 1571. What did it get up to? Almost 20. I think the LEX 6, what did it get up to? Got up, yeah, it didn't do anything. The EFOI definitely did something. 389 before it got up to 440. This one was horrible. I keep looking up to see if this was shortable. I was keep thinking or hoping that it was not shortable at IB, but nope. NVEI shortable. What a short! Fantastic call by Zach. I did see this one. But I typically don't trade this price of a stock, and to my detriment, obviously today, that's basically cut in half. 50%. Look at that, 50%. All right, Ardas. Yeah, that's giving me something. Good percentage move so far. See, I'm just seeing if this can be a bit of a magnet down here. It's 825-ish. That's the low of the day. Wow, this just continues. This is my gap down scan on my other monitor, and it's text to voice. No, I'm sorry, it is not. It's my audible alert is running down, and boy, is it ever. NVEI. Eagle Guy, okay, all right. Congratulations, then, Eagle Guy, wherever you are, regarding the NVEI. I was just going to say, for these ones that are gapping down on the 10-day, at some point, watch for bounces, and boy, that ever bounce. Hard to say consolidating for something like that. On the 2-minute chart, maybe, but it's a pretty 20 between 18 and 20, I guess. But because it's so whippy, I guess you could call that maybe a $2 consolidation range to some extent. If it takes out the high right there, there's nothing stopping it. 2009, I'm gonna stick an alert there, see if it happens. I don't know where obviously it's a 2-year high. I don't know where the all-time high would be. It's about 50% above the all-time low. All right, Dare actually is on the move here, guys. Dare, they got halted for a big chunk of yesterday in the afternoon. Finally released, finally opened, I guess, in after hours. A big pop up. See, we got a little love fest going on between Zach and William. Excellent, William. All right, guys. My alerts are drying up a little bit here. I'm waiting on the RDUS to see if it really wants to fall here. I'm in at 884 on that short, so I'm wanting to see if it can really fall more. Yeah, a word about the the OBSV from the AI. I don't like it. Why don't I like it? Well, look at all the resistance it's got to get through on that daily chart. Now you may pop through, but I look left here. That's not far away. 244 over here. 250, 250, 250. There is a ton of resistance. So it's just not something. Even though it is in the price range I like, I know under $20 from the AI. I just don't like that daily chart. So consequently, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but I just don't like the daily chart. No, I'm already short, Jay. I'm already short Ardas at 884. I mentioned it earlier. I was waiting for a break, see how well it held underneath 9. Real mentioned it pre-market, so I had it on my radar. Put a price alert at around 888. Triggered, so I'm still in the short. Maybe you weren't listening. So if it's too hard, you know what? I just back off then. If it's too hard to, well, I don't know how too hard. I mean, to me, it's holding 4 really nicely. To be honest, it's holding 4 very nicely. Again, never mind what the press release is. Okay, yeah, bunch of fluff, but it is holding 4 pretty well. I mean, So I mean, if it gets any sort of pop on volume, you need the volume. Need the volume. The next high looking left is 466. So I mean, and that's the same on the weekly chart. So I mean, it's got some room to run, I suppose. Artist just had a pop on me. Not available for me. I don't think it's available for me to short. No, not at Interactive Brokers. Wow, what a fast morning, guys! It's almost spiel time. Man, that's been a fast morning. Lots of action. All right, you're making me look. First, I'll look at PMCB, but then I'll look at United. PMCB. Another one is low, fairly low float. Yeah, 20 million, low float. Let's take a look at United Airlines. Jets was definitely moving earlier. Yeah. So Jets is going to look almost the same. You want to just take the ETF. Yeah, look at that. Virtually the same. All right, let's see if we do get a bounce at 51.84. Wow, that's a big, okay. I'll do the same. Let's see what happens. First, I'll put an alert at 50 to see if it can take out 50, number 1. Well, yeah, I guess if the airlines are getting higher, the cruises are probably following suit. NCLH. Mm-hmm. It looks just like the airlines. Green bar, red bar, green bar. On the daily, I'm sure CCL is doing exactly the same thing. There it is, and probably RCL. Yeah, they're all doing the same thing. All right, guys. Well, it is 10:20. So first of all, if you're new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. now and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Share my screen, live on the mic. Don't get live on the mic until 9. So, but I do open the room. Actually, I'm opening it. If you guys were even earlier than 8 o'clock, you'll notice that I had the room open. Actually, I think it was around 7:10 I opened it. That's not official, it depends. But certainly officially 8 o'clock. All right, guys, LWLG. I saw this one yesterday. This is it's an all-time high right now. This is a from my option scanner. It just popped in. LWLG. Over 18. Well, there you go, guys. There's the ISIG. Over 20 now. Big pop through 20. And it just got halted. Well, if Artis can get down into the low 50s, that'll give me a nice percentage, so it'll take the sting off not getting in some of these other ones. Yeah, I gotta forget this IMPP. It gets halted every day. And I don't even see the big, I guess that's a big enough pop to get halted. I'm almost going to put how you can put a symbol list, put stocks in there in the symbol list, and then just do a check and say, do not alert me when stocks in this symbol list meet the filter criteria. So this is what I mean. So I could create a symbol list, and then where it says exclude the following lists. So I can I've got some symbols that I've already got in there. I may add that one. It's just getting crazy. All right, guys, so I'm just going to try to be a little more brief now in these spiels, but I do have to go over my home page, those of you who are new. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in there. In this main room, the tab is here. Of course, my homepage tab is here all the time. So if you click on that, there's the link that I also put in. And so here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. All right, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on this, get Trade Ideas, and this is what you're going to see. 4 plans, all right? We have annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Couple here. Actually, yeah, so Holly wants to go long on PLAB. It just showed up. Anyway, I'll go over that in a bit. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, my recommendation, don't take out an annual plan unless you absolutely know you want our program. Start off with a monthly, standard, 118, premium, 228, less than 15%. That discount's only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, all right? But at any time, if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Trade of the week. So these are 3 free sections: the trade of the week, stock of the day, and our education section. So the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern every day. And then we have a big education section. Now we have a very comprehensive user guide. If you're new to trade ideas, I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. That's the first thing I would do. Goes over top lists, alert windows, how to create them. Talks about the AI, Holly, Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I would definitely take a look at this if you're new to trade ideas. Daily support sessions. So today is Wednesday. In our YouTube room, when I take my break at noon, between 12 and 1, Steve Gomez will be there. So before I take my break, I will put the link in. Also, between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room, Chris Varley is there between Monday and Friday. There was a webinar today. So we are on the Monday-Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday-Thursday. All right. You can sign up for them all. This is all here. Today is the webinar that I do help out on. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. NVEI, no bounce yet, man. I'm hearing it over and over and over again. If you're new to trading, back to basics, okay? If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher course, this is a great little series, okay? Starts off with what is a stock? And then this section right here, all my scans. Click here. Here are the scans that I'm sharing, including, I have to take a look at DTC. Moving higher with unusually strong options. I love this one. Really like the 10-day daily breakout and down. Okay, a lot of scans I'm sharing though right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market act is up, and pre-market act is down shared. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. And I've also added the lifetime lows. All right, so a lot of scans that I'm sharing. So these 2 sections, a lot of information. Save my link. Then you can look at them anytime you want. This is RF. Oh boy, guys. Okay, so this one is an IPO. So just open. So between 16 and 18, and 6.3 million shares. Oppenheimer. So really nothing happening. I mean, you can see right now, you know, the potential IPO was priced between 16 and 18, and it's really not doing anything. This is the one to really maybe pay attention to. If it opens today, I don't know when it's going to open. 2.3 million between 12 and 14. Okay, Chris, so you're not, Steve is not going to be there. Okay, so Chris Varley, wow, look at ISIG. Holy. Congratulations, those of you who took it early and had the wherewithal to hold on. So the links for the scans, you have to go to my homepage, okay, Peter? So I put the link in. Go to my homepage, go to the scan section. They're all there, all right? All right, so actually, so there's a big bounce actually. There's a big bounce for NVEI. I mean, from 43 up to 50, almost to 50. I had my alert set at 50. So there's a bounce now for NVEI. So hopefully you guys got out of it. And that got halted. NVEI got halted on the way up. So hopefully you guys covered your positions. Because that's a 2-minute chart. And it went from 43 to 50 in a heartbeat. All right, while I'm waiting for Ardust to keep breaking down a little bit more, hopefully, just a brief explanation about what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you want to create your own scans, you always start off with filters, okay? So I'm going to just show you an example of the scan that I created here. Yes! Okay. Patience. I've had a lot of patience with this one. The RDUS. Give me a moment here. I have to go back here. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to have to delete this first. Okay. So right-click, configure, and when you click on summary, this is what I'm looking for in this particular scan. So you always start off with filters. If you're going to create your own scans, you always start off with some filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So what I'm looking for in this scan, stocks are between $2 and $35. Current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. Okay, this is just the concept. Starting off with filters, and then you have a trigger. In this case, I'm looking for a new high of the day. So if stocks meet these filter requirements, and it makes a new high of the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. And it's just the flip. You know, these are making 10-day daily breakdowns, new lows of the day, etc. Okay, that's why we see these. So if you want to start off, if you want to create your own scans, you'll always start off with filters. The good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. Right-click on an alert window, click on configure, and then search. These are all the alerts that we have, all right? I'm not going to go over them all, of course, and these are the filters. When you get to these icons, these are the filters. Please listen closely and carefully. You do not have to learn every alert and filter. Why we have so many is that we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles out there. So we feel we've got enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the scan they're looking for. Obviously, you don't have to learn them all. You pick and choose whichever ones you want, okay? That's if you want to create your own scans. Now, as I said before, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You go to my home page, go to the scan section. You'll see a lot of the scans that I'm sharing. Also, if you click on From New in our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, we have a lot of themed channels right here. All right, so here's Momentum as an example. So we've created all of these scans for you. So for instance, if you like this one called, it's an alert window, it's called Momo for Momentum. If you like this one, you just save it to the cloud. You can make a change if you want, and you can make changes to mine, of course. So all you do is there's the PLAB, guys. This is from the AI also. Real mentioned the PLAB in the pre-market earnings play. I think this is an all-time high now. But again, you just right-click on the alert window, click on the summary, and you'll see what it's looking for. Now, if you didn't like this price range, as an example, maybe you wanted a different one, you wanted it between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50, you just make the change. I click on summary, you see how that change has been made. You don't have to, but you can make changes. When you get used to using trade ideas, you can even maybe take a filter out that you don't like and maybe add one in that you do like. But when you're first starting out, we've created a lot of alerts or a lot of scans for you. Now, a word about this. If you make the change and then you leave and then you come back to this window, to this channel, the change has not been saved. Why? Because the fact you want to make it, these channels are for everybody, all right? So the fact you want to make a change, not necessarily what everybody else wants. Just one moment, please. Okay, so you can make a change, or if you don't make a change, all you do is just save this to the cloud, and you go to another Go to another, I always like to go to the stock surging. People seem to like all these ones with a lot of momentum. Action is eating up right now. Again, if you like the idea of this, you save it to the cloud. And what you do then is if you've saved individual scans from all these different channels, then you just file load from cloud. If you've saved them, you'll see them. And then you just start loading them one by one, thereby creating a layout without really having to have created a scan from scratch. Okay? No, we don't have that, Fred. We have RSI, but not specifically like what you're talking about. You know, you can check for RSI at certain levels, but not if it goes up or down by 10 within 3 bars. No. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I just have something I've got to do. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Just give me a moment, please. I just have to locate something, okay? Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Little windstorm in Vancouver, stuff blowing around the backyard. So, but I'm back. All right. So NVEI holding 50. Okay, so Fred, I'll show you what we have for RSI. I have a question in our YouTube room. What do we have for RSI? So if I right click, configure. If you ever want, by the way, this is just general knowledge. If you're ever wondering if we have anything, all you have to do is go to an alert window, right click, and then click on search. And then you just start typing in. So for instance, RSI, this is what we have. 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60 in the daily, and you just put your values in, okay? So if you want to have things that in theory are oversold, you know, you use a low RSI in the max box, things like that. So that's the RSI. Boiler, is that you? You can't hear me. Well, how am I going to how am I going to tell you? All right, guys. Well, okay. Ardus is giving me a nice little percentage move. Thank you, Real, for pointing that one out in the pre-market for the Ardus. Is it as exciting as the Court or the NVEI? No, but you know, it's been pretty steady, and I'm just waiting to see if it can get down even a little bit lower into the low 30s. It's almost an all-time low right now. Meanwhile, let's take a look at here. So DTC, this is while I was gone, unfortunately, 15, 16, so it hasn't moved yet. Weber, this is the grills, right? Barbecues. Yeah, okay, so Weber, 13.11. Ooh, this is an all-time low, guys. It's an earnings play. Earnings play. So this is an all-time low for Weber, WEBR. This probably could be its first earnings release. Maybe not, might be the second, but this was an IPO back here. So this is definitely a very interesting one. Underneath 13, WEBR. Oh man, look at Ardus now, guys. All right, I just covered some. I just covered some of the Ardus. 884 down to 828. Real, I'm sure you must have taken it. Okay, so Fred, so all you do is this. I mean, how you use it, I mean, I can't, you know, you're interested in RSI, so I'm assuming you understand the concept of RSI, so I can't tell you which time frame to use, but let's pick the 15-minute RSI, add the filter. So if you wanted it to be, in theory, you know, people say overbought situations, maybe over 70 or 80, right? So you put 70 or 80, in the min on the 15, that may mean an overbought situation. Or max, you put 30, 25 or 30, that might be an oversold situation. It's really what numbers you're going to use or want to use, or of course it's completely up to you. Okay? So I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. That makes sense, Fred? I don't use it, okay? I mean, I don't have a scan that specifically looks at RSI, but that's how you could use it. Again, what values you're going to use, I can't tell you. It's going to be up to you. The change from the close, well, I mean, if a stock closed at $1 yesterday and now it's $1.10, it's a 10% change from the close. So it's whatever the stock is now compared to what it closed at yesterday. Sounds like you're pretty new to trading, Fred. So you might want to take a look at that. Let me just pop the link in again. You might want to take a look at the education section and scroll down. You're not new to trading? Okay. Well, the change from the close is, it's always the close from the day before. So at 4 o'clock Eastern time. So whatever that close was, and then today, it's always referring to that close at 4 o'clock the day before. All right, guys, I got to concentrate on this Weber. It's an all-time low, below that whole number. Earnings play, so it's going to be active all day long. It's a pretty low float, 17 million in the float. Yeah, so we have a lot of different changes. So again, I'm talking to Fred. We have a lot of different changes on different time frames. Okay, whoops. Do you have trade ideas or not? Because all you have to do is as I said, just type it in and see what we've got. So we've got the change in 1 minute, either in dollars or percent, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, 120 minutes, okay? Either in percent or dollars. Oh, I see. Okay, I wasn't sure. Yeah, so you can take a look at that. So we have a lot of changes, different time frames. Yeah, I can't guarantee it's going to do what you want it to do. You talked again. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You asked earlier about. RSI goes up or down by 10 within 3 bars. So we can't do that. So if that is mandatory for you, then we just can't do that. I don't really look at targets, if it's an all-time low. Obviously, depending on the price of the stock, yes. If it's under $5, sometimes that 50 cents can stall it. If it's not, then sometimes the whole number. I'm always aware of it. But I don't really set targets like that. If I look at Weber, I look at this, and this is this could be really good. The only issue is that float, okay? So it can be a little bit more whippy than I'd like it to be. You know, I'm looking right now at the spread, 12.95, 13.01. So, you know, the spread is not terrible, it's 6 cents, but that float, you know, but look at the short float percent too. I mean, boy, there are a lot of people are betting this is going down even further. Still. I think, is it in help or account? I should know this, but tools op, thank you. Thank you. I should know these things, but yeah, I mean, tools, options, update, or upgrade. Right, you mean upgrade, right? So, and then it'll tell you. All right, guys, so what time is it now? 10:52. Okay, just want to briefly go over what the AI is all about for those of you who have our premium service or thinking about it. If you click on New from the toolbar and then you click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is what you'll see. Never mind these two, I've just attached them in the docking, but this is what you'll see, okay? So there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You get a real-time alert. There's an entry price. You don't have to take it right at the penny. You know, I never take anything. Yeah, I get alerts all the time. I'm always going to click on the alert and then check out the charts, you know, before I do anything. And then you have a stop price. And again, how you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, okay, you get an alert for PLAB at 1658. What do I do? The only thing we do recommend is, you know, definitely obeying the stop. But other than that, I mean, how you trade them will be up to you. And then we have this window that we call Brokerage Plus right here, this big blue window that you see. I'm just going to put a link in. All right, so I just popped in this Brokerage Plus link. So in that link, there are two videos. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You need live data, real-time data from IB or E-Trade, and then you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. But please listen carefully. If you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this option available to you. Okay, that's all it means. And this option, again, is only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using the web-based version. And the longer video in that link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window, okay, to trade, and also paper trading. You put it in simulation mode. You notice there we have the option here that says Brokerage Plus. Underneath are two options, live and simulation, paper trading. So, you know, before you start committing money to the market, really recommend that you practice trading first, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. And it's part of the standard service. So, you know, I really recommend that you practice trading before you do commit money to the market. Okay, just a minute, please. Man, I mentioned that PSFE a little while ago, and it was held for and moving pretty well. The only issue I had with it is all this, and it's a big float too. So a couple issues, 340 million in the float. So it's still going to take a bunch to move it. It's moving on, I think, some insiders buying. Not unlike the DOCU. Wow, what a move for that DOCU. Wow. But look left and we start to see some resistance, around that 439, 426. So yeah, I didn't like this. But if later on, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if later on it can get over 5, and later on could be, sometime this week or next month, look at the void it's got. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's what I'd be looking for. Yes, the paper trading is available for both subscription levels, yes. You just need a standard subscription to use our paper trader. Let me just do one. Let's just take PLAB, okay? I just want to show you how easy it is. I'm not going to go into money management at all today. I think I'll just do it every other day. So if I take PLAB, yeah, no, I'll buy it at the market. I mean, I just demonstrate how you do it. So it took the trade, 1691, okay? Now we always talk about having a stop. When you get into a trade, you should have a stop. Where are you going to get out if it's not working for you? And that's why you practice trading, because placing stops is so important. Knowing where you're going to get out of a trade if it's not working for you. AI, let's see. That's Arlington, right? It's not called Arlington anymore. They changed its name to C3. Take over Chatter. That's what Zach is talking about. It's not really a video on placing stops. I mean, there are all sorts of different ways of placing stops, okay? I mean, personally, how I do it is for instance, if I were in this one, was right up here, I'd be looking at this level right here, thinking that's a lot of support. If it broke down through that support level, I'll want to be out of the trade, as an example. Some, get into a trade and they'll get out if it takes out the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the previous 15-minute candle. You have to figure out, what you're comfortable doing. But I don't know if in that video series, if Michael goes over that. Probably should. But you can take a look at click on my homepage, go to the education section, and then scroll down until, here's the education section. Click here, and then scroll down until you see back to basics, okay? He probably covers a lot of, but again, stops, that's why you have to practice. You have to start to, figure out how you are comfortable with placing stops. I know how I do it. I'm comfortable placing it, at the low of what I consider resistance or support, sorry. So if it broke down through there, but others, want to do maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the previous 15-minute candle, depending how wide it is. That's why you have to practice. All right, so Weber's not doing anything yet, so what I'll do is, let's put an alert down here around 1289. Okay, 1289, that's the low. See if it takes that out later on. I'm really interested in this one to short it. It's an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Only issue is that float, you know, that float is so low that it can get a little too whippy. I took dwack off my thumbnail. Oh, right. Okay, I know what you're talking about, Real. Mr. Nunez. No, dwack, not Dak. Yeah, the congressman, Devin Nunez. N-U-N-E-S. I think it's pronounced Nunez. I think he resigned yesterday and became the CEO. All right, guys. Well, I've still got some of my artist short. I want to see if it takes out 8. I mean, nothing holding it. I mean, it's a whole number, but it's an all-time low, so there's no real support anymore for this. Just got absolutely crushed on their data. Okay, now DCT, here's another one. Is it shortable? It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Again, it's a low float, 12.9 million in the float. It can be a little dicey. I'd rather have a slightly larger float, you know, if you're going to, you know, short these things, because, you know, all of a sudden somebody says, let's just play a bottom on it, and it doesn't take very much to move it because of the float. So, but DCT, I mean, it takes out 15 is another interesting one. Boy, that docu, what a run. Nice $10 run from more, $12 run from the lows here. So this is your news. 33,000 shares. President and CEO. Late Tuesday disclosed 33,000 shares. I mean, that's a lot of money. I don't know what he got it at, but you know, you do the math. 33,000 times $130 or so, $140. All right, guys, just kind of waiting. Oh, my thumbnail scan. So, I mean, look, if this takes out 155, maybe tomorrow, who knows, maybe today. I mean, look at the gap. I mean, this got crushed on earnings, okay? Okay, that's the reason why this, got destroyed on this day. It was an earnings play, December 2nd. You mean ISIG? I'll mention it. Yeah, I'm definitely aware of Arda's. It's so far its inability to take out 8, so I'm just keeping an eye on it. I've covered most. I mean, from 884 down to 828, great little percentage move. More importantly for me, relatively. I mean, you can just look here on that 15-minute chart. I mean, it's been kind of straight down. Just a couple of little jogs to worry about, but other than that, a pretty for the psyche, a pretty nice trade to be in. Not having to worry about these wild gyrations from some of the other ones. All right. Real's trying to get me to become a pullback trader. So ISIG, so what he's talking about, 5-minute, okay, 5-minute, yeah, there it is. So he's talking about that 8 EMA, that orange line right there is the 8 EMA. ISIG kind of did not really breach it. I'm going to keep an eye on the ACET, okay? I mean, they did the financing. I think I worked it out. It was about $14 a share, I think. Let me just do some quick math. I don't see the price. They were making me do math. Yeah, so it's about $14 a share, the financing, all right? Now, initially, that financing was completely and utterly shrugged off. It got up to 15.80, but now it is drifting down to the financing price. So I'd be watching this to see how well it holds that 14, which is the financing price. Look, it's basing right now, and then see if we get some volume and just start to pop it up again. And that's for the ACET. Stick an alert about say 1421 or so, and just see if it moves higher on volume. Okay, always on volume. How about fun? Is it moving? PHUN, is it moving along with DWAC? Yes, it is, guys. So these usually trade in tandem now, PHUN and DWAC. Okay, now this looks like this is an IPO, or let me just see something here. Announces pricing of a $25 million. Okay, so this is an IPO. So a real cheap one. I didn't see this one. I did not see this one on my IPO list. I wonder if anybody can check to see how many shares, because this could be, well, let me just see here. Here we go. Okay, so only 4 million in what were they? Exercise 66666. So it's a little bit under. I mean, it looks like it's 6. Okay, so it's a little bit under, but look at, I mean, hardly any shares outstanding. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert. I'll put an alert at 6 and see if it gets back up there. I got some of these really low-priced IPOs with very few shares being issued can do crazy, crazy things. Okay, that's why I'm interested. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade right now, but WAC is going to halt. Let's take a look. VRPX. Let's take a look at VRPX from Zach. Another cheap one. Look at the volume coming in. Low float, 8.7 million in the float. So look at the volume coming in. I guess on that news. Now this one is shortable for me. Is this phase 1, phase 2? I'm sure it can't be phase 3. Yeah, so this is just, well, it may be too late. Yeah, it was ripe for a short, guys. VRPX. You know, post some news, but it's only phase 1 or preclinical. I mean, it's just so early. I mean, look, it looks always, in fact, what happened here? 8 o'clock it had a pop. So when did they actually release this? Or maybe somebody knew they were going to be releasing it. And then they didn't, so it fell. So everybody who bought up here thinking they were going to release got hammered. All right, Plab, you're on the move here. A little bit of Plab movement, PLAB, all-time high from the, let's see, from the AI also. 1658 was the alert. I can show you it now. 1658, there it is now. So it's almost 3%. I don't like this one because the OBSV, I just don't like it because I think there's too much resistance, but BIOC, I know, CanTrader, this is going to be a pretty cheap one. That's your specialty. Not that you're cheap. No, it's actually more expensive than I thought. But take a look at that. 432 is the 200-day moving average. So it's pretty close to that 200-day moving average, BIOC. So that could stall it. Yeah, I have a price alert set for it, and around 6. Excuse me, always a little suspect, you know. I mean, it's IPO was priced at 6, and it's, you know, it's well below it. Presenting today. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the ACET. Keep an eye now, guys. Maybe this is, you know, is going to, 14 is holding. So for instance, again, this is not a recommendation, but I'm just saying 14 is holding. So if you got into this one in this area, you could probably put 14 as a stop, you know, and then share size accordingly. It's not a recommendation to do it, just a way I look at things. Well, yeah, this is straight up now. There's a little bottoming tail down here, but this is basically straight up, DWAC. No, it was just my chair. All right, guys, I'm just kind of, what time is it now? 11:18. Okay, so about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and you guys can head over to the YouTube room where Chris will be there, not Steve today, between 12 and 1. So today you get a double dose of Chris between 12 and 1, and then 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room. AFYA, guys, this is making, boy, if it can ever get out of here, what's the next high looking left? 1583. What's the float? 36 million in the float, so it's fairly low. Kind of see if it can take out 15, then the next high looking left is 1583. That wouldn't be terrible. Wow, you guys were talking about LGVN earlier. I mean, another one of those crazy ones. Wow, it got up to 2368 from that alert. However, so whippy. Why? Look at the float, 2.6 million in the float. So I haven't really looked at the market since the beginning. We looked at these sectors about 10 minutes before the market opened. So let's take a look at them again, see what sort of changes have happened. Wow, big change, you know. Look at this. I mean, look at energy, okay? Pre-market, about 10 minutes before the market opened, 100% of the stocks were up from yesterday's close, okay, as an example. Now only 32% of them up, so we've had a slide there. We've had a slide in financials, which were about 88%. I'm sorry, technology, which was about 80, I think it went 78 to 80%. So you can just sort of see the market has been sliding. And it makes sense when you look at, you know, you look at the SPY, see what the SPY is doing. So this Sinji already has warrants. All right, guys, ACET looking more and more interesting, holding that 14. The next high, looking left on that 15-minute chart, is 1431, and after that, 1452, etc. But you know, it's holding 14 pretty nicely so far. ACET. Guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. Well, except, you know, PSFE just kind of inching its way up. There was the original alert from my watch list at 405. So inching its way up. Trivago, what are you doing? Yeah, just too much resistance. Making a little bit of a move. Wow, 10 cents, sorry. It's just showing up in some little scan I've got. All right, guys, headset change time. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Nicely done. Whoever, yeah, nicely done. I know somebody took this around 50. I know Real mentioned a break of around 51 something for the NVEI. Nicely done. That's a heck of a pop, guys. I mean, that's from, you know, 42, $15 pop from the absolute lows. Yeah, good for you, daytrader. Boy, guys, I'm telling you, this ACET, just keep an eye on it. I mean, the longer it keeps holding this over 14, just needs to break out on some volume. Get some volume coming in. Holding that financing, that $14 financing very well now. But more importantly, again, I just have to emphasize the fact that if you get up to 1577 pre-market, virtually the high of 2 days ago. 1567, 1577, so about a dime above the high of 2 days ago in the pre-market. But just need some volume to, you know, to come in. Nicely done. I'll take, when it's a fault like that, I'll take it. Boy, look at Docu, still super strong. I mean, I was sort of kidding, maybe taking out 155, but I mean, this is super strong. Takes out 155. I mean, going forward, look out. This is a Kathy Woodstock, right? Didn't she? Woodstock. Uh, isn't this one of hers? Didn't she say she was doubling down on it, or? ECT guys, ACET. I can't tell you to take the trade. I'm just pointing it out. One more pop. Whew. Time is it? 11:29, so in about half an hour I will be taking a break. Another one crawling off the bottom here. STNE. I think this was an earnings play. Well, I don't think it was an earnings play in the 16th. Got hammered down right here. Yeah, it's on the 17th, so it was after hours. So that's the reaction, and it kept sinking, sinking, sinking. Now it's trying to crawl back here, and that is the STNE. All right, guys, I'm just, probably, you know what I'm doing here. ACET. Kind of laid it out what I was looking at, okay? And I can't tell you to take the trade, but kind of laid it out what I was looking at. ACET, yeah, real. Talking about how it was holding that 14. The 1420 mark was pretty interesting. 1420, between 1420 and 1425. Holding 14. Financing is at 14, so that seemed like pretty decent support. Got up to 1576 on that opening 15-minute candle, so There we go. What a great trade for you guys on the upside and the downside. NVEI. Fabulous. It's funny. I did see I got the email from Spruce Point last night. You know, they always like to tease. That's sort of the modus operandi now of these guys. You know, they not just them, but they want to tease big news coming tomorrow. You know, or short of the decade or the century. I didn't really read it though because I get so many of them. To my chagrin, because NVEI, that's the one that they just lambasted. Now, usually they don't work quite this well. And then what happens, and I don't see it yet. Ah, do you see this? You must have seen this then. You guys must have seen this. Now that Citron now is isn't a short seller anymore. You guys must have seen that. Buying NVEI way oversold. So now the competition to Street Sweeper, or Spruce Point, sorry. You guys must have seen this. Easy to find customer complaints on any company. Who cares if the CEO did not graduate college or has a driving record? Well, unless he's running a driving school, I don't know what the heck they do. Yeah, that's funny. So Citron, you must have seen that, right? You guys must have seen that. ACET guys. So guys, I've only had 3 trades today. I've had well, I guess 4 in theory. But traded SFIX twice in the pre-market. One for a small loss and then one for the gain. The RDUS, thanks to Real on the short, and then I kept mentioning the ACET. I don't know where I'm getting out. I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. I mean, it's coming into some resistance now, guys, on the 15. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at. I mean, if it doesn't take this out, I'm going to definitely piece some out of here because look at the 15, 1468, 1470. It got up to what, 1469. So if it keeps struggling to get through that, you've got to pay attention. And, well, in fact, and that's where the VWAP is too. Okay, so you got to be aware of all that. I didn't know that's where the VWAP is. I didn't have to know, really. I mean, it's good confirmation though, but I just look at these two 15-minute candles right there and didn't see it real. Maybe I'll do it here. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I saw that. I deleted him. Oh, in swing trade too. Okay. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I caught him in stocks only and off topic. I didn't see. Thank you. All right, guys. So getting set in about 20 minutes to take my break. So before I do that, though, I will put in the YouTube link. You guys can head over there if you want. Between 12 and 1. Chris will be there, not Steve today. Okay, guys. Well, I've definitely taken some at the ACET, okay? It's just looking like it's going to struggle against that 1470 mark. But, you know, I'm not telling you to do the same thing I'm doing. I'm just telling you what I've done. Still have a little bit of the Ardust left just in case it does something really crazy later on. Taking out 8 or something. All right, guys, I'm getting no new alerts. All right, guys. Well, we might still have a shot to get through that 1470 for the ACET. I'm gonna stick an alert at 1474. See if it takes it out. And there we go. There we go. Let's see if it holds above the VWAP now, and that little area right there. Let's see if it holds. Ride agreement with Foxconn, sorry. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long time now. Lordstown. Yeah, a lot of resistance here. 129 million. A lot of resistance around that 485 to 5 level, in my opinion anyway. Okay, ACET is still a bit of a struggle to get clear, really clear that VWAP. Ater, we saw that one in the pre-market. That was, of course, a flyer from past months. Got up to $22. No, I see. So you're bottom. You're sort of playing a bounce here. Okay. Craig, good morning. Had you been around earlier, you may have taken the Arda short. That sort of fit the bill. And then, of course, the court short, which I did not take. I just found it was a little too early for me to take it. But look at that, 1856, right at 9:30. I really should have taken it in the pre-market, but I was all tied up in that SFIX. This is the one I keep thinking may later on, but you know, right now it's just not doing too much. Weber, WEBR, earnings play, all-time low, nothing holding it up. So I have an alert set for around 1285, I believe. If it takes that out later on, I'm probably in the trade. All right, guys, one more kick. Come on, ACET, you can do it. Get through that VWAP, leave it behind, and start getting towards 15. Yeah, it's been pretty whippy, but I know somebody, I don't know if it was you, Dan. I don't know if that was you who took it around that 57 mark. No, that was short AMD against 147.5. CMC, your favorite pumping station, Zach.com, CMC. Yeah, so I can see exactly what you saw there. Commercial, hearing Zach's name stock as a strong buy in newsletter. Boy, that docu is still super strong, guys. Held 150, still sitting around 151. Arda's trying to get through 8. I'd be a little leery of these topping tails here. That's all I would say right now. These topping tails, you know, again, the buyers had it up here, sellers closed it here, buyers had it up here, sellers closed it here. I'd be a little leery of them, wary of them maybe. All right, guys, I've got to give this a push. Just trying to push it upwards right now. All right, there we go. Little push helped, you see? Now the next step, assuming this can hold, next step of course is going to be the 15 level. That might stall it also, that whole number. Next high looking left on that 5-minute chart is, yeah, it's over 15, but 15 could stall it. So even though I'm not a bounce player, typically, I mean, this, you had to, well, this caught my eye. Why did it catch my eye? Because, well, number one, of course, I had it in the pre-market as part of my ones that I noticed in the pre-market, so I knew about it. And then I just thumbnailed it. And I, kept watching it over in this other, my thumbnails are over here. Kept watching it, seeing how it was doing, remembering that the financing was at 14. But let's see, come on, take it out more. Anyway, guys, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. 11:49, so Chris is there, unless he wants to start early. Yeah, I mean, the volume never really picked up. I mean, that's one thing that was kind of, preventing me from going a little higher or more in on it, but because the volume, I kept waiting for the volume to pick up, but I figured at a 20-cent stop, it was worth it. But you're right. I mean, the volume really didn't pick. Imagine if we get some volume. Oh yeah, no rush, Chris. No rush. I'm just kind of kidding. All right, VPRX. I know Zach mentioned that one earlier. I thought I saw too much resistance, but let's take a look at it. VPRX or VRPX. Sorry, VRPX. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, I think it was this, this 5 level right there. Well, guys, DOCU just made another move higher here. DOCU just made another move higher. I mean, I'm kidding that it might, that 155 mark, but hey, it might do it. It might do it today. And if it does it today, I'd be watching this like a hawk tomorrow and see how much more it can start to fill. I mean, that's a massive void. $100. $100. Well, not quite, sorry. But $80. I mean, what an awesome looking 15-minute chart. I mean, straight up. A couple of little bottoming tails and topping tails, but no red candles whatsoever, keeping you in the trade if you were in it. Yeah, that's, we know she bought more, at least that's what she said, a couple of days ago, right? Or well, this happened on Friday, so she probably bought, I don't know when she bought, but yeah, I should show you guys how. So this is, yes, I think that was one of the ones in her portfolio. Kathy Woods, DAC. And so I think she added to it, doing all the things that we never do, averaging down or. So you want to go against her? This is what you do. This is her. This is the. Ooh, guys, Weber, 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 Weber. I don't know how much she made, but she certainly has a big following, and she's so. Ooh, why did I have this one? This was that crazy one from a few days ago. KRYS, when it did this craziness up to 104. That's right, I put an alert right there. So keep, I mean, look, guys, you know, it's a crazy low float for a $75 stock, 16 million in the float. All right, guys, so when Chris takes over, I just want to have my announcement in here. Yeah, well, VRPX is showing up here now. VRPX. So, well, I mean, look, if it gets through five, I mean, that's that area right there. I mean, it's got a ton of room. It's a low float, 8.7 million in the float, so it's got a lot of room. Let me just make sure about that. 495, 492. So the next high in the monthly is way up here at 1936. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Yeah, so even on the weekly chart, the next high is 1146. Boy, it's got a lot of a lot of room. Look at the daily chart, or look at the daily volume here. So it's going to trade the float easily. Yeah, there it goes, guys. The VRPX. Well, took out five like almost like nothing. All right, Chris, I'll stop my stream now. What time is it? Yeah, 11:57. Okay, I'll stop. So, guys, I'm just going to pop the YouTube link in one more time. You want to head over there while I'm on my break. Chris is there in our YouTube room. So I'll just pop the YouTube link in one more time while I'm on my break. Okay, muting myself now.
All right, looks like you guys have eyes on my screen. Excuse me, Chris Varley here with Trade Ideas, filling in for Steve today. For anyone not familiar, this is an open forum Q&A, so no pre-done content. We let you guys drive the content, ask your questions. So fire away for me here, guys. Take a dive around the market, look at a few things going on in some of my scans here. Cars just cannot be stopped over the last 10 or so trading days. Really impressive chart on the daily chart, really running away from these moving averages. I just didn't think it would have this move in it today after the last couple of days, but there it is. Defying gravity. So again, if anybody is kicked from this stream, I see the numbers starting to fall. Just please refresh the page. Come right back. Keep me company. I get lonely. Not sure why it does that when we make that switch sometimes that some of you get booted. So let's see some other things that I've been looking at here. Some of them just been extended, gotten away from me. Never really got the entrance I wanted on them. LWLG, another one here. I was watching it. Let me get my drawing tool here. There we go. I was watching it, trying to look for a break on here, and I was just too slow to get it. Distracted with other things. I think, in fact, I was actually involved in another trade and didn't want to commit more capital to anything else at that time. But the pattern that I'm always looking for, anybody that's familiar with how I like to trade on these daily charts, this is the stuff that I'm looking for. These cup and handle patterns. I always just mention that, I like these patterns, so I'm biased to them. I see them even when they're not there, I suppose. Sometimes it helps me, sometimes it hurts me, but it is what I see, it's what I like. I recognize that. So once in a while, someone's like, what the heck is this guy drawing? He has no idea what he's talking about. You're probably right. I don't. So apparently I've lost you all from the stream and now talking into the void. But for anybody that has refreshed the stream or come back, pop those questions in there for me, guys. All right, we got a couple of people in here. Nio, let's take a look at Nio. Is that's cars in China, right? At the Tesla of China, is that what that one is? Right? What is that? I got the right one here? Manufacturing sale. Yeah, at Tesla of China. Let's see here. Where's that chart come from? Interesting. So yeah, it's funny. I was looking at a China stock today. I ended up not taking it because of the way the K-Web and the FXI look. TUYA had a price alert to try to pick it off around $7, and I just didn't have the conviction on it. I like to more swing things. I did think to myself, if it could get through there, now we're looking at maybe $8 or so up over here. Percentage basis could be a nice move. I just wasn't feeling it, that's all. I was figuring maybe an $8 target, give or take, with 650 on the stop. But like I said, I just didn't pull the trigger. I was looking at other things, kind of was the way it was. So just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But NIO, it's going to be at the mercy of electric vehicles and the way that they're going. I think LIT is having itself a day here. Sorry, some internal messaging going on here. So, um, harmonic patterns, I have no idea what those are. I am a fairly simple trader, although I will begin CMT work this coming winter. I've already started doing a little studying for it on my own, but I'm involved in a course come January, and I'll take level 1 exams in June, so I suppose I'll get some more fancy terminologies as I do that, but I like to keep things really, really simple. I like my charts nice and clean. As you can see, I don't have a whole lot going on my charts, especially the intraday ones. My daily one has a little bit more on there. I've left the 50 on there after a long time going back and forth whether I'd kick it off or wouldn't kick it off. So I've got a 20 SMA, 50 SMA, 8 EMA, and this is a multi-period low of 20 days. So it's just looking at what the low period of 20 days is essentially. It's something that I kind of use quite a bit in my trading. So, but yeah, NIO, I mean, you got this gap fill that's, looks like it's on deck right here. If it can get over this, you can get a move up to here and then maybe start to fight your way back up towards 40. You got to figure Chinese stocks have to turn around at some point. They're, near the low man on the totem pole as far as the ETFs that I look at, the KWEB and the FXI. So, for those that don't know, KWEB, it's your Chinese internet stocks there. This thing is just, every single time it looks like it's going to get up, it's pushed right back down. It's been in this range here for a while and then broke down out of that range. And I was trying to pop back into that range the last couple of days, but I had a bunch of people yelling at me a few weeks and months ago, like, get ready, China's it's ready to make a real big comeback. And it was, here and nope, failed breakout. And then again here, they got even louder and nope, failed breakout. And then again here, not even a failed breakout. So, make of that whatever you will. You have to believe at some point it turns around. I'm not putting my money there for now. FXI, these are large cap Chinese stocks here, so even uglier chart. And so you see the same thing here, this long range here on the FXI, and then just blasted right down through there, and it's not even really up in that range, to be honest, at this point. Making new lows on the year last week. So same thing, loud voices in the room. China's coming, China's coming, China's coming. So, anyways, TUIA, NIO. I mean, there's definitely Chinese stocks that are out there that are worth it. The initial thing that I look for, I want to find strength. I want to find strength into a pullback a little bit. So here's something that I took yesterday. I was kicking myself a little bit. I thought, all right, well, I guess I bought a top again. That's always fun. But I took this yesterday at 27.93. And you'll say, well, why would you take this? And I'm going to explain my thought process behind it. So first off, this chart has most everything I like. Alright, I've got this beautiful pattern here, alright, and here, and we make this nice run up, and we start to move back towards this line of support here that I've been watching for quite a while. It was resistance, resistance, and then it kind of toes the line here, and then it comes through it, becomes support, alright, and looked like it's support again. And so we had a nice pullback, giving me what I consider to be a fairly low risk to reward entry. So I was looking at this to place a stop down around this area here and hoping to find ourselves start to march back up to 30 and above after getting beat up. So far it looks okay. Not making a down payment on the car or anything with it, but we're back up in the green with it, so it looks all right. Every trade that I make, there isn't any one. I look at the chart. Sometimes I'm using one of these EMAs or SMAs as a stop and a guiding point. Sometimes it's a period 20 low that I'm using, or a pivot line. So I use a combination of things that'll get me in a trade, how I trade, or how I share size, so on and so forth. But that's what I look for. I don't like to try to buy things that are like really extended. So, going back to LWLG here, it just kind of ran away from when I was ready to enter, plus, where I was sitting as far as cash that I'm willing to allocate for risk. Same thing with CARS. So, I was looking at them earlier than the big breakouts here, these last couple day breakouts. Just I couldn't time my entry to what I was comfortable with for a risk reward on that entry. So it's individual to each chart, but I more or less have a tentative idea of how much I'm risking based on those stop losses. And I don't have hard targets. I don't think I do well with hard targets. I just kind of like to manage the trade as it's moving and figure it from there. Not sure why it's so difficult for us to have a country filter. Neither am I. Aja, I'm not sure why either. I'm not a programmer. I don't work on the server side of things. I said the same thing as a subscriber with EMAs and a few other filters that I had requested long before working for Trade Ideas. I've had some of it explained to me. We added that float turnover filter, and that was a 4-month project, and quite a bit of money in server tech that had to be updated just to put that one filter in there. So that's all I can say on that. I don't understand any of the workings on it. I won't pretend to understand any of it, but what I know is there isn't just a button we press that says, hey, give us this filter. There's a ton of work on the back end that goes into it. So I don't know how it works for other software companies. Maybe they can do it faster or easier. I also let them know that I don't think anybody else really has the live data in the sense that we have it either. So I guess there's a trade-off with some of these things. So that's the short and skinny there as far as I have. And I do wish I had better explanations for some of this stuff, but I'm a trader. I know how to use the software fairly well and in depth. And when it comes to any of the other stuff, I don't know a whole lot more than other people know. Holy cow. Sorry, there's a whole bunch of messaging going on here, and I never know if it's anything important when I see stuff like that come in. So, if you guys have questions direct software related, throw them out here. Can I throw you a stock and give me your thoughts? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything's ever a buy or sell or a hold, or this is an entry area, that's a whatever area or anything like that. Um, but for whatever it's worth, I'm always happy to look at some charts. It's probably my favorite thing to do now as an adult. Speaking of some charts, take a look at some of what Holly's some odd ones from Holly today. This thing here, I heard Barry mentioning something about it. I catch, I'm usually listening in here on the YouTube room, and I don't catch everything that Barry's saying because I get stuck in different chats and support sessions and things like that I'm running on another end here. I guess something to do with Citron or Citadel or both, or I don't even know. But what a set of moves on this thing here, unbelievable. Had time and sales on it too, not exactly. So PSFE, PSFE. All right. So some things about me personally as a trader. I've moved away from stocks under $8 for the most part. I still have I still scan for them a little bit, but stocks have personality based on price. Stocks have a lot of personality based on a lot of things. So, anything under $5 is going to trade differently than anything over $5. $1 stocks, $2 stocks, $3 stocks all have personality. So, a lot of it's just psychological with people. So $5 is a really big level. So getting back over that $5 level will be tough. But once you're in it, hard to say whether or not this might be a vacuum to pull that rate up into that gap. You're looking at a massively liquid stock. I mean, we're talking 1.6 relative volume, but we traded, 18.5 million shares traded today. So, again, relative volume being relative, you can see a stock that's traded 500,000 shares and have a relative volume of 10, where you got this that's, going to encroach on 20 and not too long from now, 20 million, and it's doing, just a little more than 1.5 times what it's normally doing. But it's got a battle because you can see here, first off, that'll be a level of resistance, and this right here where you're almost at is going to be a level of resistance too. So I just don't see it, jumping right away. Obviously, this is earnings wipe that out right there, so you've got that way behind it. If I don't know how you're going to share size or what you're thinking, if you're already long or you want to be short it or whatever, but you've got some kind of, nothing's ever easy, but you have some jump out, you define risk levels as far as, I'm thinking anyways. So if we zoom in a little bit more, I feel like this is a pretty well defined risk level down there, whatever price that happens to be, just under $4. And you're going to struggle through this level that's almost right where you're at now. I know those aren't exact lines, but also anybody that knows me knows that any pivot line is not exact. They're approximations, pivot lines. So you're going to look at things where they have a whoopsie. A whoopsie is this right here. This was something I drew. Obviously, I looked at the stock a long time ago, or some time ago anyways, and saw this line as a level of interest, and it made a pop right through it. Couldn't hold it, whoopsie, right back down, couldn't get through it, and earnings crushed it. So those are things you're going to want to look at for this here. I'd say, if it's something you're really interested in, track it, I guess. Unless, you want to take that shot. I don't see, outside of news or anything like that, what's going to really make this thing rip at this point. Also, you're looking at 340 mil in the float, so it's going to take something really, really sizable to get this thing moving on top of all that. So that'd be my thoughts there. You've kind of got defined risk levels on the downside. It's getting through these upside levels. If they do, big if, your reward could be pretty hefty to this upside here, while your risk down here isn't nearly as great as the reward is up here. So you're just gonna have to build on what you've got down here. And right now it's hard to say. Oops, I don't know what the heck I just clicked. It's kind of hard to say that it's made a base down here at this point. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we came back down here and tested that again. That's all I could give you on PFSC MDRX. It's not like all scripts or something. I remember every ticker name that I ever come across. Tough sometimes. All scripts. Hey, I'm pretty good once in a while. This one is a mystery to me. I tried to trade this a whole bunch of times. It was actually a TI strength alerts, I don't know how many months ago. I want to say it was like back here in June, and I was like, all right, this thing's ready to go, and I was ready to make an entry like around here, and I ended up not making that entry, and I was very glad I didn't, to be honest with you, as we see it come right back off of there. I don't know what all that selling is about. Obviously, for whatever reason, they just fell out of favor with anybody that was buying them. They also have a sizable short float. We can see that shrunk a little bit here since the last time this was all reported to our data providers. You do have this pattern that I like that's here, but just again, while we have those patterns, let me get rid of this here. Well, you got those patterns that look nice. Again, you're getting rejected here around this 18 level. And, we talk about, once again, being approximations, these pivot lines. We're going to throw a line right there. It made its way through and came right back down. Popped right up and gave it right back up again. And it's not even like it fought here on this level. So now you're struggling right there again. So again, we'll look at risk levels here. You know, uh, Obviously this is going to be another level of interest right through there. And so this is a range that it's now in for a few weeks here. All right. So, we're moving higher on the end of that range, obviously, but can it push through this? If it does, then I think it gives you an okay risk toward entry, trying to get back up here again. But again, what's moving the stock? You're talking 700,000 shares traded today. It's 1.5, on the relative volume scale. So it's not like there's some big interest in it, I'm not sure what the gap up is about today. And just nothing overly making me a believer in that, to be honest. You start to get over 18 and you hold it, then you're talking about a shot back here at that all-time high again. I do like things that are at lifetime highs or near it. So that would be my thoughts there. Okay, so I want to make a scan that will show me stocks that are extended 50%, 75%, 100% above their highs. And so yeah, again, just Pamela, I'm not a target person. I look at spots that are going to be resistance. That doesn't mean I am getting out there. I'm just going to manage accordingly to that. So obviously we're at resistance right here. That's going to be resistance right here, all right, and then that's going to be resistance right here. So let's just pretend for exercise sake here. We decide that in this level right here, we want to define ourselves a stop. We decide that today's the day it's going to start to make this move. The market's on our side. We're moving sideways in the market the last 2 days after yesterday's gap up, and now we're going to make that move up. We are a believer. We believe the market's going to bring this up. It's on an uptrend, so on and so forth. So now we define some risk levels. Putting a stop here and deciding, we're risking $100, whatever your risk is for the trade. All right. So now my risk level is defined down here. My share size is based on that risk level. All right. And now I'm looking at these levels as my outs. All right. Or not necessarily my outs, but, moving towards there. If I start to see the stock stall, this is me personally. If I start to see the stock stall, you better believe I'm taking some or all of it out. And that's how I would work it. That's how I would work that. Now for Pete, I want to make a scan that'll show me stocks that are extended 50, 70 above their highs. Can you show me how to create that? Well, first off, which highs are we talking about? Are we talking about daily high, previous day high, 20-day high, 3-month high? Because we have all those. So let's go new. Let's bring in a top list. All right. Since I don't think we need a catalyst for this, and we start to go with position in, and we have all these different ranges, all right? And so we can stack these ranges in this here, all right? So let's start to add some stuff. Let's go with a position in, let's start working with previous day's range. So let's add that filter, and let's say, where do you want to put the 50%, So if we're looking at position in previous day's range, let's go with, 100% above the previous day's range, okay? Let's get rid of some of this other stuff in here because we haven't defined any of these other metrics other than let's give stocks at I like $8 as a starting point on what I'm looking at. All right, and then let's look at a position 5-day range. All right, let's add that filter and let's find ourselves that we're 75% above the 5 days. All right. And let's come back to search and let's find on the 10 days, and we're just going to start stacking things here. And I'm just throwing some random values in there, and we're also 75% above that, and let's just see where we're at for now. All right, so we've stacked these position and range filters. I have no idea what this is going to bring us, and we're going to sort on change from close because that's what I like to sort on. And we're going to press OK, and that's going to come here to the summary. So we're looking at stocks that are at least $8. 100% above the low of yesterday's range, 75% above the low of 5-day, and 75% above the low of the 10-day range. We're sorting on the change from close, so the biggest winners are on the top. And that's where we're going to click OK. We didn't give it a name, but that's fine. And we're going to sort here on the display sort, because the display sort right now is showing your volume percent today. I want to sort on change from close here. So that's where we're at. And now we're finding stuff that's, we're extended on. I don't know, extended's a relative term. Look, I thought this was extended the last couple of days, and here we are, up here. And I thought this was extended, and here we are up here. So, what's extended? Define extended. Just to give it as an example of, things, things can defy gravity or defy logic according to what we believe they should be doing. ISIG. If you'd asked me to bet money on it going up like this again today, you certainly wouldn't have found me betting that money. So, but, is this a good short opportunity? I don't know. There must be, it's pharmaceutical, I'm guessing. No, what is it? Related to advertising, so I don't even know if it has news or whatever. Here's DWAC. I mean, this is going to be tied to politics and social media and all that stuff like that again, so, but, what you do with the scan is you set yourself up with some ideas here and, see how that works into what you were trying to find a short. There's no scan that's going to jump out and say, hey, short this stock, or hey, go long this stock. But, is this overextended? Do I think that's extended for a day? Yeah, I do. Can it keep going up? Obviously, yes, it can keep going up. So, but maybe you put some kind of price alerts in here, something like that. You put them on a top list that's, hey, watching for shorts after you find some ideas generated with this scan here. That's, exactly how I use trade ideas, is I use different scans to put them on short lists that I'm watching. Your Roku, what kind of run has this got in it? So, if we want to find even more extended, so, we're finding stuff that's kind of beaten up over in the longer term and moving up on the short term. So let's come back to the configure here. First, we're going to give it a name. We're going to call it Am I Extended? Now we're going to come back here to search, and let's go with position in. It would help if I can spell. And let's get a 3-month range in there. Now let's add that filter, and let's find stuff that's up over 3 months and now really up over here. So let's even go 75% on a 3-month. That's going to really change the dynamic of this list, I believe. Not as much as I would have thought. But definitely shorten that list up quite a bit. But some of these things might, they might be setting up for the next fall. Let's configure. And remember, the more filters you put in, and the more you up some of these numbers or down some of these numbers, the less ideas you're going to get returned to you. Doesn't necessarily mean more quality, but let's tighten some of this up even more. And what I mean by tighten is let's really raise some of these things up here. All right, we're really knocking some of these out of the park here. So we're finding stuff that we're extended. How long is it going to stay extended? Who knows? But that's where I would point you towards there, Pete. If you want to find stuff, there's also other things that we can add to this, I suppose. Let's take a look here. Let's go with, range. All right, so you can find stuff. You want to make sure that's a good tradable range in there. What time period do you want to have that tradable range based off of? And then the other one I'll throw out there is change. All right, any of these change here. So now all of a sudden, you can find something that's really been running up over the last, let's say, 60 minutes. So, change in the last 60 minutes. Let's even add that filter. And I want to see stuff that's up even, let's say, let's throw 10% in there for now and just make sure we got this right. So show me stocks was up at least 10% in the last 60 minutes. Now, maybe this is going to kill every stock on the scan. I don't know. Maybe it's just going to show us a few real extended ones. So, boom, killed everything there. Let's go with, let's get rid of previous day's range, see if that gets us anything here. Nope. So 10% in 60 minutes is just too much. Nothing's moved up 10% in 60 minutes with all these other filters met. Let's go 5%. And let's put this previous day back at 100. Once again, let's see what it returns us. So CFV. What are we looking like here? I mean, percentage basis wise, extended. Let's go with 2% in 60 minutes. All right, now we're starting to find some more stuff here. So MCBS, what do you look like? Actually looks like a nice chart. And it's in finance, which finance has been strong for the year, but there's no shares traded in that. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna change this back a little bit here, and then I'm gonna share it with everybody. So all right, let's get it like that, and I'm gonna share it with you guys, and take it, make it your own. It's a template to work off of. All right, and then I see other stuff coming in here. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit here and start knocking out these questions that I see coming in here. I think there's questions coming in, so there you go. You guys take that. Am I extended? Yep, copy. I haven't entered it. Good, thank you. How big is my do not trade list? I don't know. There's a few, my do not trade list. I don't have a written list for it, but once in a while I see a ticker pop up, perfect circle. And I'm like, yeah, I don't trade that one. Scan, just looking to try to grab some shorts. So, okay, so we got you there. Good to know I'm on the right track. Yeah, and that's it, Pamela. You just gotta, kind of work what looks good to your eye. As I constantly always mention. Oh man, swim, you're killing me. Um, I just happen to like an 8 EMA. There's nothing magic about it, and the 20 SMA and this 20 period. I have the 50 SMA on there just to give me a little more perspective on a long-term time frame. None of it's magic. I started having success with those on my charts. That's all there was to it. It was a combination of things, and so that's the way I've stayed. And what I'm manning about swim is I saw the alert go off here, and I was like, all right, well, not much I can do. But again, what do I like? What do I like? What do I like? I just like when that starts stacking like that. I full well know that we've got, some resistance that's right there. But I have what I would consider some nice defined risk levels in here. The only problem now that I have with swim that wasn't there when I started paying attention to it back here is that volume is gone. I mean, 100,000 shares traded today, so probably not going to be doing anything with that there. So there's a false alert for me. Doesn't mean I'll take it off my scan. Some other things that I happen to like about this here is there's not much going on in the world of shorts for it here, so the price action will kind of dictate it on its own at this point. So made this real nice move off earnings, and it's continued to make it so. I'll keep it on the radar. If it ever picks up volume again, then maybe I'll look at it again. So I just saw that price alert go off and thought for 1 second, didn't realize how little it's traded today though. Yeah, you're very welcome, Pete. Can TradeID show stocks with Bollinger Bands tightening on a daily chart? I guess. We have search position in Bollinger Bands. Citation and Bollinger Bands. We have it on the daily. So you can add that filter and kind of start to give it those values that you want here. So I don't know. I'm just throwing random numbers in here, but show me stocks that are between 1 and 2%, way above the lower Bollinger Band. So you can work it like that. I forget what SMAs the Bollinger Bands really are. I think they're just SMAs, right? Bollinger Bands. So you could technically, if you get savvy enough with the program there, Bill, you could get involved in our custom formula writing here. And when I say custom formula, I hesitate to mention customs, because then all of a sudden people hear customs, I'll just start writing my own stuff. We have to have the data point. It has to exist within the system. You can't just start writing stuff that doesn't exist. So we have what we call short codes. I'll bring that over here. Sorry, because this all involves from our home page. So let's do this. If anybody wants to dive down this, I only recommend diving down this if you have a decent handle on the software already. If you don't have a trading plan and you don't have a decent handle on the software, I'd stay away from this for now. Just a personal recommendation. It's a free country. Do whatever you want, or well, if you're in a country that's wherever. My point being is you pay for your subscription. You do whatever you want. But if we're on the Trade Ideas homepage here and you come to the login, if you're not already logged into the page with your account stuff, you'll have to log in. Then you'll come here, and as your account, all your account features that are here, all right, we come to custom formulas. All right, I'm going to open in a different tab so I can tab back and forth here. You have the formula editor. If you don't have formulas already, you're not going to have any of this stuff here. And before anybody says, oh, look at all these custom formulas I have, almost every one of these custom formulas I have is from troubleshooting someone who had a scan that had a custom formula in it that they needed troubleshooting. So they're not really almost any of mine. I don't really do too much with custom formulas. But in here, you're going to find where you can create new formulas. All right. And how do I create a new formula? You will first come to this PDF. So we'll right click, open a new tab again. All right, I like to keep all this stuff open, and here's some instructions and some short overview of the formula editor. I'm not going to read this all to you. You guys are welcome to read this all to yourselves and go over it, but essentially it tells you that we have to have the code for it in order for you to write it. All right, it's a table of contents that's all through here. All right, we get into what the icons will look like, about sourcing the filter data, all right, how they function with topless, all right, and they'll work like any other formula. Get into our formats, our graphics. So for example, cone, what does a cone mean? Here, I'll show you what a cone means. Top list. We're just going to create some random top list right here. I'm going to bring it over. So what's a cone? This is what a cone is, all right. Do you see this right here on the volume percent today? That's your cone, all right? It builds up and then comes back on colors based on how much above it is on a percent of what its normal average is, whatever that cone happens to be, whatever that data point happens to be, okay? So if you don't like cones for your graphic, you don't have to use those. I never even use a graphic whenever I throw in a custom, all right? And then you have your position and range, all right? All the way to the left being 100, back to the right being minus 100, so on and so forth, all right? And you get into all this stuff about being pre-existing formulas, a little bit of the coding and the language. You don't have to be any expert, but you do have to do a little reading, do a little studying. Here's your standard operations, greater than, multiplication, if then, equal, true and false statements, and then you start to get into a few codes that are here. And this is kind of all tying into where I'm going, Bill, about your question. I can't remember off the top of my head what Bollinger Bands really are. They're SMAs essentially, though. And so I believe we have those SMAs as a code, and you could start to mess with those codes and put them together for what you want to do with them. So all this stuff in here, these are actual codes. Price, last, all right, most recent close, expected open. And what does this mean? What does this translate to? These are short codes that you can take these codes and put them into the formula editor right in here, and you go create new, and you take those short codes. So for example, V up 1 right here means volume traded over 1 minute, shares traded over 1 minute. So we can actually have that as a short code here that you can put into your own account in the formula editor. And you can come here and you can right click and you can put that in here and you can paste and put that right here, and then you give it a name, volume, shares per minute right there. Give it units, shares per minute, or shares, whatever you want to call it. All right, I just have these saved in here from putting them into a whole bunch of stuffs, a whole bunch of people's accounts, as a favor to them. Your format, you're always going to leave this like this unless for some reason you want fractions of shares and whatever else that you got going on there. Again, graphics, I just suggest leaving it as none, not messing with that, but once again, you pay for your account, you do what you want, and then you'll click save. If the code is bad, this is what it's gonna return something like this. Watch, I'm gonna save out a bad code, and it's gonna say error, unknown symbol, and because I just added that thing there, if the code is good, you're gonna save. That'll be original source, V up 1, that's the end of that. So That's the short and skinny. Then you can return to the list. I'm going to delete whatever I just created because I don't need that. So delete. And that's that. All right, but now to tie this all in for you, Bill, if you want to dive down this, here you have different SMAs on all your different time frames that we offer here. And so, you've got a 2 SMA on a 5-minute chart. Is that how this goes? Yeah. No, I'm sorry. 2-minute chart, 5 SMA. 5-minute chart, 5 SMA. 15-minute chart, 5 SMA. So on and so forth through all here. You just have to find out what Bollinger Bands really are. Like I said, there's some combination of SMAs. The lower Bollinger Band and the top Bollinger Band are two different SMAs. I don't know off the top of my head what they are anymore. And so between here and so we have this here as one set of instructions, all right, for the formula editor, and then we have all the rest of the codes, filter codes for custom formulas, and we can open this in another link. And here's the short code of every other thing that we have that isn't in that one document here. And so you're going to find your other SMAs all in here, and you could tie those in together. And here you go. So here you go. Here are your SMAs, percents, bars, above and below, so on and so forth. All those codes that are in there, your smart stop, and all these things like that. There are people that come up with some really weird, fancy stuff. I don't know if it works or not. But, to give you an example, I've created the one and only that I've ever created for myself was I took and I created something to try to find stocks that have a 5 SMA close to a 20 SMA on a 5-minute chart. So we come into the edit. What I did is I took the code for a 20 SMA on a 5-minute chart, and I subtracted that value from a 5 SMA on a 5-minute chart. And then I plugged in some values once I had the filter live and found some stuff that was close with me trying to create a cross scan. There you go. So Dan and YYC's got it for you. But between that combination of things I'm showing you there, this is a big rabbit hole to dive down into, and I get that. Between that and the standard Bollinger Bands that we have already, those would be the directions I point you in for that tightening of the Bollinger Bands. And of course, standard deviations and operation that we have here too. So here's your, where is it? Here's your periods of standard deviation as well for coding. All right. On top of standard deviation and here as well. To get you also a little more of an answer here, Bill, because I don't do a lot with Bollinger Bands. Let me rephrase that. I do nothing with Bollinger Bands. Send us an email there, and I will message when I see that email come in. Send your question there and say, I was in the live Q&A with Chris, just wondering if there's a way that I can find this done, your question, and I'm going to message Chris McKay and Stephanie that I work with, and they're much more handy on the customs than anybody else I know, and they might be able to point you in a better direction, or you even might have a custom they can give you that'll help, or it might just be able to be done with what we have in here already too. So between the three of us, if it can be done, we're going to get you a more solid answer. But I just figured I'd open up this avenue anyways for you and anybody else. We do get custom code questions, and if you people aren't confused enough, maybe this will help you be even more confused. So if you send us an email there, Bill, and I think we can get you even a little more help on what you're looking for. Now that's not to say that if everybody here has a custom that they want done, that Stephanie and Chris are going to write customs for everybody. But We certainly like to get you guys as much assistance as we can with any of that. You got it, Bill. There are things that I continuously try to improve my knowledge of on the software too, to impart that here with you all. Um, Customs is one of them, so it can only be stretched in so many directions. So, all right, let me get rid of all this stuff here. I think that'll cover us on customs for now. Da-da-da-da. There we go. Get rid of all that stuff. Interesting. So, sorry, just want to take a look at what we got going on here. And I start to wonder, do I got to take a little off the table here on this trade as we approach this up here and struggle from yesterday's highs. So again, to give you an inside glimpse, and what else is going on here? Wow, Zim has really come quite along here for Holly. Not too shabby. This one is still mind-boggling to me. $13 off the price, but according to risking $100 per trade, based on the stop loss here on this. I'm nowhere near my stop loss technically, but I've only taken 3 shares, so kind of ridiculous. But that's again why you will always find me pounding the table. It's man and machine. Um, Also, never fun when you've got big bullies like Citadel and Citron picking on the stocks that your AI is trying to alert you to. PLAB. Really mixed bag from Holly today between longs and shorts. Interesting. PLAB looks like it's ready to continue to push higher. And what do I love about this one? We're up above a lifetime high. What do I not love about this? That big gap. It's always tough. But that looks like it's ready to challenge the high of the day. What are we? Semiconductors. That'll be one to keep a watch on for the next couple of days here. And let's see. These smaller ones are always weird to me. Wow, this is still grinding higher. Might find it try to challenge at 250 on a percentage basis. Not too shabby off that alert, to be honest. Just discussed that. ICL, what are you? Not much liquidation there. Not exactly a fan of you. OBSV. Interesting. Oh, we discussed that already. Sorry. Alright, we hit on the good ones. At least that's a weirdo one. This one, I mean, under $2 stock. I always hate when Holly alerts these, but algo is the algo. You can see right here, just kind of struggling right around here, where it's obviously some resistance going across there. And Vera Mobility, another odd one. Got into the money for a few minutes here, not too shabby off that alert, to be honest, before making a big turnaround here. Let's see what this chart looks like on a daily chart. So you know what I like to do? I like to draw pivot lines. And stick one right here at the low of the day. Interesting. So found support here, and this whoopsie right through here, but it's been banging on support all through there. Went all the way back into August finding support there. So that's no happy accident, I am sure. Really range bound for a long time too. Whoopsie, whoopsie, and a whoopsie. Other than that, since right here, I mean, we're range bound since June on this thing basically. So right back into the range. Seems to be the theme of this year is range. So, all right, I'm just battling on a little bit here. So, if you guys have more questions, fire them away for me here. Take a look here. Nah, no volume in this either. I do like this again though. I just wish there's more volume in this. Considering it's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's only got just about 300,000 shares traded. Again, what do I like about this? We got this. We got this. We make this big run up. We get extended from the moving averages. We come back down here and we start to build right back up again here. If we can get through this level with some conviction and volume, I'd feel a lot better about it. 28.65, an all-time high. That's right here. So we're not far off of that. What do I not like? I don't like that. A lot of people decided to start betting on the price of the stock falling. But with no real volume in there, while it's on my liked list, and I'll leave it there for now, nothing screams to me about getting into something like that. And I haven't looked at Barry's option scanner in a while here, to be honest. I run it every day. I like it more in earnings season. Done a few day trades that actually worked out well for me with it over the last year. Interesting, I have this on my like list already. Been discussing it being extended, and we're finding some serious options volume in it right now. Very interesting stuff here. Good size float, 100 mil in the float, but obviously we can see this thing can really boogie. And it's a Holly trade right there. Even more interesting. You gotta like when you're finding multiple scans confirming what your look at that options volume, nearly 2K. Very interesting stuff. RFP. Resolute. Oh yes, I remember this guy. This is a weird one. Why do we mean weird? Well, let's see if it's doing it now. At my time in sales. All right, this isn't as bad. This is one that I've traded in the past. I've watched in the past. I don't think I actually traded it. And on these big run-ups here, there's some really big time and sale. Really big spreads here. Doesn't kind of have that going on right now, though. And so there's that. Sorry, some messages. I just want to keep up as I'm going to get bombarded when I leave this with some internal support stuff going on here. So, all right, there we go. You guys have dried up on the questions here on me. There's some other things here that I've been looking at that might be of interest to anybody. Home builders have been strong, so I've been watching this here. Tri-Point Homes. Volume started to dry up in this again as well. And again, we're sitting near all-time highs, so it's just tough. When you see it move up like this, the market's kind of moving sideways. I wouldn't be surprised to see the market take another pullback and shake and chop some people up again before trying to make another shot at busting out of this range that we've been in for so long. Africa weekly excess deaths almost double. Yeah, news. I'm just gonna, won't be looking at the news. That's for sure for myself. They're perfect circle. Anyways, but home builders have been very strong. I keep a list of ETFs that I like to watch. My sector analysis list, I call it here. So where are home builders on you today here? There we go, the XHB. Home builders, again, kind of just sitting there. Gap up. Yeah, and the market's got a slow kind of weird feeling to it here. I feel like everybody's kind of waiting around for someone else to do something on the bigger end of things. But, this was a big range for the home builders for a long time. We're talking about ranges, right? The year of range. We started it back in the spring here. Um, you know, busted out. We just tested it back again, and we're moving back up again here. Um, home builders look pretty strong. They look real strong again here. So, when you're scanning in the morning or at night or whatever you're doing, or if you're just scanning during the day and you come across home builder stocks, might be something you want to, give an extra look to. Definitely interesting here from the home builders. Question one, looking at relative volume, what are values you tend to look for considering the volume good to watch out for? Is there a ratio, relative volume, something I need to understand more? So, relative volume is one of those things that it's exactly what its name is. So, to give you an example of what I mean here, you've got this stock that has now traded a little over 1 million, 1.1 million shares traded today. It's just under, it's an ETF, but it doesn't matter. It's just under its relative volume, and our relative volume is a 10-day average. That's weighted heavier at the open and at the close. So right now we're more in equal weighting for the rest of the day, other than those opening candles, and then when the closing candles come later in the day. All right. So now we see that we're just about humming around normal volume for right now over 10 days with 1.1 mil shares traded today. Right now we're going to come here to what's something that's that's what I want. Nope. Oh, well, this will work too as an example. Now we're looking at this one here, all right? And this thing is doing almost 25 times, and it's traded 2.6 million shares traded today. So it's relative to the stock that you're talking about, And then we're going to bring up, as an example here, something that I know is probably traded at 50 million shares at this point. Apple. And Apple's traded 67 mil shares traded today, and it's doing just a little over, half a times what it's normally doing today. So relative volume is one of those tricky things where, you could see something with a relative volume of 100, and it's also traded 500,000 shares traded today. And then you can see something with a relative volume of 0.5, and it's traded 10 million shares traded today. So, you want to use it as a scale to what the stock is normally doing, essentially. And the issue that you can run in with different volume metrics is it can block things that maybe today it's having its day. So, for example, one of the things that Barry does when he's building any kind of scan is the fact that he never, he doesn't put a lot of minimum traded today shares on there. Some people only want to see stocks that have traded 1 million shares today, or or have averaged 1 million shares over 5 days or over 3 months. Well, what if today is the day that it trades over that 1 million shares, and today it's that stock's day? And this more goes back to kind of day trading than swing trading, I think. So now all of a sudden you've got an average 3-month volume filter on there of let's say 1 million shares a day, and all of a sudden this stock today it's day, but you're not going to get alerted on it because it hasn't had that high of an average over that time. So, where you want to use these volume metrics is going to more depend on what your plan is and what you're trying to look for, what you want that scanner to accomplish for you. One of the things, for example, for Holly Neo, while I don't know really the internal workings of Holly Neo, I can tell you one of the things that Holly Neo strategies are always looking for is really high relative volume. That's why I'd come across something before that had a really high relative volume and traded almost nothing. And I thought it was in Neo. Well, maybe I'm crazy. Well, maybe here. Nope, I would guess I'm just imagining things and making them up now. So these are all traded over 1 million shares, it looks like. And that's, pretty liquid on a day. Nope, and that's all the Neos. All right, but here's another fine example of it. All right, doing 2 times its normal volume, and it's traded 200,000 shares today. Not exactly liquid. So that's where it comes in. So, having a high relative volume, especially on an intraday scanner, I think is okay. and you're not going to want a minimum volume filter, or excuse me, a minimum average volume filter attached to that, if you will, because you're trying to find with that relative volume filter stocks that are doing well above that 10-day average, and that's the trick behind that. So hopefully, kind of what I'm saying makes some sense and is giving you some insight into how I would use it. I would not use a relative volume filter or overly use it in a swing trade scanner, or something I'm trying to find more swing ideas in. With that, I'm trying to find stocks that have remained liquid over a longer period of time. Uh, you know, Depending on what my time frame is going to be for those stocks. And again, it starts to become relative to what you're specifically looking for. And, there's combinations that are going to work for people. And sorry, I'm just noting these gaps here in these last couple of days, and I'm noting how much this stock just seems to gap all over the place. Very big float in it too. So it's just kind of interesting. I just like to look at these things and note it. Um, and so, a lot of it, puzzle. Everything in life is a puzzle, I think. Trading no different. And the thing with trading is you don't open a box and just have a set of puzzle pieces to put together for trading. You decide what pieces you want to put together. And your puzzle, this year might look different than your puzzle next year. I like to trade high relative volume. What's a scanner that's good for it? Let me take a look here. I don't do high relative volume scanning, but I've acquired tons of scans over the years from messing around. Let me see what I got for you here. High relative volume. Well, this is for anybody that just wants a momentum window. I can't share where I got this from. It's top secret. However, there are tons of people that are always like, oh, do you have the high day momentum scan? And technically, there's an infinite amount of combinations of high and day momentum scans that can be created. But this is the one I think that 99% of people that ask for it, they ask for it based on a certain someone whose name shall not be mentioned. But this is a multi-window. I have to surmise I've never dove into this window, or I dove into it once last year when I got this window, or actually a year and a half ago when I got this window. I don't even remember what's in it, but I surmise that there's a lot of relative volume going in some of these scans. So let's bring it over here, strategies. So here, look, whole bunch of strategies in here. High volume, low float. So let's go into configure of that specific scan, Windows specific filters, hide unused. So your relative volume is 2 on that one. Strategies, configure. No volumetrics on that one. Strategies, whoops, I unchecked that somehow. Configure. Another relative volume of 2. Massive volume, medium float, configure. Again, so the person that created this had a theme of relative volume of 2, but they also have a 5-minute volume filter in this one too. So that's one direction I can send you as far as relative volume goes, and then, well, Barry's going to be back any moment now. So, but I'll tell you what who's that asking? ABD, I will be back on the stream at 3:30 Eastern today. If you can pop in here at 3:30 Eastern, you ask that question again, we can mess around and build our own high relative volume scanner and take a look and see what it does. And that'll give me something to do during that session. And let's see, another price alert going off for me. Is this anything worth looking at? My charts are taking their sweet time to load right now. Nope. No thanks. And again, why is that a no thanks, Chris? Well, look at these last couple days. Not real hard to say. It could come right back down to that pretty quickly. Struggled around this level already. Gonna struggle there. Gonna struggle there. That's not a great risk to reward ratio. We looked at this one yesterday in the late Q&A that I do. This was on the TI Strength Alert scanner. And discussed that, we're sitting right near the lifetime highs. Energy had been strong, had a big pullback. Looking strong again the last couple of days here. And this has been very strong. Nice move up. Nice pullback. Don't think any of this is, coincidence that I'm looking at here. I almost took it today, but I took something else today, which is kind of just
Actually, Weber. Okay, Chris, you're stopped. Weber might be interesting. Maybe not on the short. Might be more interesting. Oops, on the long side. I'm just watching the way it's holding this 13. In fact, I do have an alert set right up here for Weber at around 13.18. You can kind of see if it takes that out on some volume. Hey, maybe it has a little rally up to the 13, I don't know, 60, 70 mark. Thank you, Perfect Circle. So it just is in this little channel here between about 1280 and 1310 for Weber. Again, it's an earnings play, so I'd have to think the volume at some point. I just refuse to believe it's going to stay here. I think it's going to go one way or the other. Right now, it looks like it's going to pop. Okay, now this is a massive base now for FLL. And had some news. Now listen, I don't know if this is, this is just traders circulating reports, okay, about FLL. I'm trying to see if the company has actually released something. But this would be an all-time high. Again, taking this out right here would be an all-time high for FLL. It's within 4.3% of it. Yeah, Weber doesn't look. Yeah, Weber is just too. I just don't think. I had hopes I might break out over 1320, but it just doesn't look that dynamic. There's a big high short float percent on it. That's why I kept thinking it was. When it took out 13 on the symbol right, when it took out 13 on the way down, the first time I thought, man, look at that short float percent. 24% of the float is short. And they're all happy. Though it is interesting. They released earnings before the market opened. So definitely, here's where it closed yesterday. So it popped. It popped all the way up to $15. On earnings. They're released in the pre-market. But then once the market opened, it just sold right off. But right now, I am getting no new alerts. So I see Holly has had one nice short. Now the PLAB is still kind of in play. The PLAB is kind of in play. I mean, it's been a little bit rocky though, all the way down to 1672, back up to 1708. It's an all-time high earnings play. This could easily be watched tomorrow, guys. I mean, as a second day, especially as long as the market doesn't completely tank or something. But this could easily be watched tomorrow as a second day continuation play off earnings. ACET is still struggling to get really clear of that VWAP. You know, NVEI still may be alive if it can take out maybe that 63 mark. You just take a look at the chart here. You can see there's the body of those two candles in the 15-minute, and that's actually around 64. I'm going to stick an alert at 64 and see if it takes it out. And big kudos to Zach for pointing that out at 60. The Motley Fools, okay, ACC. Yeah, a little bit of volume coming in. American Campus, oh, I remember this one. All-time high. So I'm assuming you're going long. On this VRPX, I'm assuming you're going long right here, thinking the base is here. Well, I see a lot of resistance right around 458, but that might be enough for you. That's about 20 cents away. I see a lot of resistance on that 5-minute. Keep an eye on that NVEI, guys. They're taking out that, if it takes out that, it was a 65 or so, 60, yeah, about 60, 64.24 or so. Haven't seen Seagate for a long time. STX. So Western Digital and Seagate both moving down. STX moving down and then popping back up. So something going on with Western Digital and Seagate. They look kind of the same with the bottoming tails. All right, guys, again, ACET, I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 15. RDUS continues to inch its way down. Again, thanks to Real for that one early on. I have an alert set for this one. I mean, this could pop right through. For NVEI, around 60, I think it's, well, I don't have to guess, I can show it. 64.14. 64.14. Let me get rid of some of these. You can see all the price alerts I put on that NVEI, basically 50-cent increments. All right, guys, there's the FLL. FLL just made another new high here. Little one, just a little one. Little break here, a little bit of volume coming in. Almost an all-time high. Last month, 12.18, the all-time high. All right, guys, okay, NVEI getting frisky again. All right, so it wasn't just traders circulating. So that is a definite. Okay, thank you, Zach. There's PSFE just made another new high here. PSFE. What is the volume on this thing? NVEI. I'm sure it's going to be huge. Actually, not as... what? I didn't know it was a Canadian company. Where are they out of? Montreal. Interesting. 15 million shares have traded. Not as many as I would have thought. Oh, nice recovery actually for CHPT after the big down. First 15-minute candle down. Now it is taking out the high of that first 15 minutes right now. Just needs some volume. I mean, the FLL just needs some more volume to come in. I mean, like that bar right there, you know, the volume has been dwindling. It has been moving higher, you know, penny by penny, even though the volume has been dwindling. All right, probably pay attention to CORT, C-O-R-T. This has been just basing here for a long time now, right over 17. Got hammered on data. Oh no, I'm sorry. Extension. What was it called again? The extension of the previously announced tender offer. So nobody likes to see that. They're wondering, okay, is there something wrong? Why are they having to extend it? But I just refuse to believe it's going to sit at 17 for the rest of the day. Current heavy volume. Well, I mean, we have a volume change in 1 minute. I mean, that can certainly show you we're on a 1 minute or a 5 minute. I mean, you won't know until you get the alert, though. It's not like you can know ahead of time. Obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but we have these volume indicators right here. The volume in 1 minute percent, volume 5 minute percent. So when you get these big percentage jumps, that usually is accompanied with volume. I would say almost always. So I mean, these are just momentum. This is just pure momentum scanners. My one moment. If you go to the Momo channel, they'll have volume 1 minute, probably around 1,000%. Well, okay, you can do a little with a custom formula. You can do something that will compare the actual volume compared to say the previous 5 minutes, things like that. But I prefer the percent because I mean that to me the percent is as good as the actual volume or better. So to answer your question, I don't have a scanner that does that, but I personally I like the volume percent because that's just telling me that something volume is coming in compared to the previous say 1 minute candle or 1 minute volume bars or 5 minute volume bars. I mean, you can have a custom formula that requires a minimum amount of shares in 1 minute. I mean, it's easy enough to create, but what if let's just say you put 50,000 shares or 100,000 shares? That may not be relative to the previous ones any big deal. It might be, but it may not be. Minute is the minimum time frame, yes. But I mean, it'll trigger within a minute. Doesn't like the minute doesn't have to close, if that makes sense. So, for instance, if you said, I want to see stocks that have popped or had 50,000 shares in the last minute, or a volume up in 1 minute of say a minimum of 50,000 shares. If it hits 50,000 shares in 10 seconds, then it passes the filter test. It doesn't have to wait for the full minute, if that's what you mean. Boy, guys, I'm telling you, the more this ACET bases underneath 15, you know what I'm looking for. I mean, I still have some of this left. If we get any sort of volume coming in to pop it through 15, look out. So I've got my alert set up here around 1501. Remember, I'm already in this, okay? I've traded out, a good portion of it, but I'm still in this one. And I'm just waiting to see if it can get out, get over 15. Well, again, the volume in 1 minute, the volume percent is pretty good. I mean, the volume in 1 minute is of extraordinary compared to, I mean, here, compared to the previous 1 minute volume bars. I mean, that should be telling you volume is coming in now. I mean, that you can't predict ahead of time, of course, but as volume is coming in, so there is actually an alert version of it. You can try this, okay? Just try it. I don't use the alert version, but just try this and see what sort of results you get. 1 minute volume spike. So this is actually, okay, or strong volume. I don't use these, okay? I like the filter values. And then because I'm usually wanting a trigger of a new high or something. But try these. The 1 minute volume spike and a ratio. And if you click on help, so only shows a stock that has unusual amount of volume. And I think you can try the different ratios, put 5, put 10, put 3, and see what sort of alerts you get from them. Okay? You can try that one. Also high relative volume. And then strong volume. I have not used these for, long time. Mainly because I typically do not put 2 alerts in an alert window. I just have my 1 alert, which is usually always either a new high or a new low. You know what? Let's create one just for fun. So I'm going to start from scratch, load the settings. So let's go minimum volume of 500,000. Give me a price range of say 1 to, 30. Give me a relative volume of 3. Okay, so here are my filters. Now I will use, and I have no idea what sort of alert I'm going to get. Really don't know. A 1 minute volume spike. I'm going to add the alert. I'm going to put a ratio of 3. Okay. One minute volume spike. So let's just see what happens here. Okay, so I have no idea what I'm going to get. So you see what it's saying, trading at 6,200 of historical volume. Let me see if that makes sense. I'm getting a lot of alerts right now. See, I'm not really seeing anything. I'm not seeing any big volume pop. So here's what I want to do. I want to increase that just for fun. Maybe put 8. Yeah, I'm just not seeing. Well, I mean, again, it's supposed to be trading. It's sort of the corresponding filter alert. Okay, so if you put 1,000%, that's 10 times. Okay, and so for instance, right here, in this one, not in this one. What have I got here? Okay, so you see right here, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. In other words, 10 times. So this is supposed to be kind of the ratio version of it. 10 times, 1,000%, 10 times. Okay. But I'm not seeing big volume pops, to be honest. I'm not seeing big volume pops. So maybe I tried this a long time ago and just didn't see what I was. I mean, what I would assume. You know what? I'm going to put even a higher ratio just for fun. I mean, I haven't looked at this probably in 10 years. I'm going to put 25, something really crazy. Okay, Coach and Rob. Okay, Rob. Okay, let me just see what happened here. FTXN. See if there's any sort of. I just don't see any volume. So I wouldn't use it. To be honest, I just wouldn't use it. The filter version of it seems to work great. But I'm not seeing any big volume increase. I know it's a 2-minute chart, but still. So I'm going to forget about it. I probably looked at that a long, long time ago and just didn't see anything that made sense. Okay, so Rob at 128, I'll answer your question. Well, I'll answer Coach's question first because it's really simple. Yes. So in an alert window, if you right click, Properties, Actions, and check that play sound, and then set up the sound, you can have one of your alert windows as, say, text to speech if you want. You don't have to use text to speech. And I say one of them is, the reason being is that the whole idea of putting sounds on your alert windows to have a different sound on each alert window. Because then when you hear a sound, you want to know which alert window to look at. So if you put them all text to speech, you'd have no idea which one to look at. So I mean, you can put one of them text to speech. You don't have to. Otherwise, use a custom sound and then click on select. We have 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts. Okay? You can left click on it to highlight it. You can open it and then you can play it. If you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times and then that sound alert gets attached to the alert window that you started the exercise in, okay? And you can do that. I don't know if you have our premium service. You can do the same thing with the AI. Right click, Actions, and it's the same sort of a menu. Okay? And also, really important, I think, is your price alerts. You do the same thing on your price alerts. Right click, Actions, and it's the same sort of menu. Now, I mean, if you're sitting at your computer, you're going to see, your price alert window will pop up. If you minimize it, that's what I do. I minimize it, so when I do get a price alert, my price alert window pops up. But I also like to have a sound on it in case I'm distracted or I've wandered away from my computer. I have a wireless headset, so I may have wandered away from my computer, and I know the sound here. Okay, I know exactly what sound this one is, and if I hear it, I'll come racing back in. Okay, so now, Rob, you open multiple single stock windows. They all show the same symbol. How do I change? Thanks. Okay, first of all, can you hear me? And can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. So, really, it's just a matter of when you right click, uncheck the use symbol linking. It's really that simple. Okay. So if I open up a new single stock window, right now. So right now symbol linking is checked. So when I click on an alert, it's going to change. You know, both of these are going to change, but if I uncheck the symbol linking, oops, I gotta find it. There you are. So now if I click on an alert, it's not going to change. So what would be your reason for having multiple? Like what would be your reason exactly for doing that though? You just want to have at a glance a certain stock so you can always see this information. Yeah, so Gary, I would use, so I have no answer for you there. I mean, I don't know why they don't seem to be triggering. Maybe try the relative volume one. I probably found that out myself years and years ago. I thought, okay, I'll try that one, but I don't see any big difference. But if you use a momentum, like if you do something like this, I mean, you're only going to see stocks, because this one definitely works. You're only going to see stocks that have had usually big volume increases in the minute using the filter. You have to have a trigger now. You know, it doesn't have to be a new high of the day if you want it. It could be a new 5 minute high, it could be a new 30 minute high, it could be a new 10 minute high. Okay, you can have a different trigger, but yeah, PPSI just got halted. All right, guys, it doesn't. So NVEI did not take out that price alert that I had, and actually looks like it wants to drift down now. Takes out 60. Look out below, guys, on the NVEI. Yeah, Gary. So are you? Can you hear me? I am recognizing. Maybe you can't hear me. Okay. So yeah, you're right. That's what I was saying. It gives a lot of alerts. I didn't really see 1 minute volume. I do see them when I use the filter though. You know, I mean, look at the volume coming in. The PPSI just resumed. This is almost an all-time high. Back here would be the all-time high. Low float. We're back into our low float sector scans. You know, I mean, we're really getting a lot of activity right here. The next high is 11.95, so that's about $1 away actually. Well, this one is getting more and more interesting. The JMIA, is that taking out that high right over here? Not quite. That's 15. If it takes out 15, either today or tomorrow, look left on that daily chart. The next high is way up here at 18. So JMIA, I mean, it's getting a lot of traction after yesterday. They basically said that their Black Friday sales were a success. And that's what popped this one yesterday, JMIA. MCK, that's McKesson or a lot of volume coming in, yes. You know what, guys? That docu is getting closer again to that 155 mark, DOCU, after that little bit of a pullback. I have that alert set right up here at 155.40 actually. Takes that out. I mean, look at the room it's got. Lululemon. Or just another dollar to go, guys, on that docu, DOCU. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. I'm just trying to draw your attention to it. So minor disconnect in the market today. We've got the Dow down a little. We have Nas up a little, so a little disconnect. All right, guys, I'm just checking my thumbnail charts, not seeing too much. I'm looking at that docu. This is what I'm talking about right here. And JMIA, wow, it just keeps on making new high after new high. Well, this has been a little bit erratic, but I mean, this is not the worst alert I've seen from the option scanner. 1810 was the alert. You can see there's the candle. You know, it's inching its way up. All-time high, LWLG. Saw this one yesterday, I think maybe for the first time, or maybe 2 days ago. I don't think I really had seen this one before. $15.83, guys. There's the next high looking left on the daily chart for AFYA. Not bad. I mean, it's just kind of hanging in here. Not a ton of volume. Yeah, 1196. Well, there's your next high looking left on the daily chart. 1196 for PPSI. I'm not in this one. I'm nagging you guys on this one, but you know, just watch this ACET if it gets through 15 on volume. It just to me, it's kind of got that look. You know, I mean, look how it's just basing underneath 15. Even a little 50 ADMA crossing over the 20 SMA on the 15, right at 1470. So you've got that going for it too. All right, let's take a look at NUZE. Yeah, another one that's very, I mean, it's got some 475 is the next high looking left. After that, it's 518. Boy, Tokyo is so close. DOCU is so close. 155.40, so it's a less than $1 away on a $154 stock. So that's nothing. I mean, if it takes that out, guys, I don't know. I mean, just look at the room. Even ACHR is getting into the act here, guys. The next high looking left is 895 on the monthly. Yeah, 720 on the weekly, and then that 825, 824 area for ACHR. Yeah, it looks like Dwack is now starting to really give it up. We had a high of what, 64, $7 drop now. All right, guys, I'm out of the Artis. It just, as it was moving just a bit above 8, so I'm completely out of the Artis. So all I have right now is the ACET, just holding on in case it breaks out over 15. I'm watching the DOCU. Look at Court, man, oh man, look how it's basing here. CORT on the 15-minute chart is doing nothing. Yeah, so the next high looking left is 445. It's just like Real was saying. I mean, it's doing nothing. Just kind of chopping up and down right now. Nope, I don't have any word on that. It doesn't even show up on the list anymore. At least it. Well, you know what? Before I say that, let's take a quick look. I think I looked earlier this week and it wasn't even on the list anymore. So they may have yanked it completely, not just before it was just postponed, but now. But let's take a look. Let's see if it's showing up on the IPO calendar. Not even on the calendar. Not on the calendar anymore. This is the one I'm. This is the one I'm interested in, just because it's a bio INTS 1.5 million shares between 9 and 11. This will be really interesting to see how this one trades. This one did nothing. I mean, the CING did nothing. But this one, just because it's a bio, okay, that's the only reason. And it's the week of, so it's not, there's still no firm date on it. Today is Wednesday, so it's either going to be tomorrow or Friday or not. Ooh, ACET. Volume. Get some volume. Interesting thing though, I mean, it moved from here to here, really on not that much volume. And it's not like there was all of a sudden a huge volume spike. Are you kidding me? EFOI making a new high? Oh, a new low. Okay, EFOI is making a low. All right. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, what time is it? It is 1:56. A small increase in the volume. Very, very small, but you can kind of see it's maybe, well, you know what? I'll get a bigger chart. And you're going to see what I'm looking at here for the ACET. I mean, we're talking a very subtle, very, very subtle. Can't see it really. Let me bring it up here. No, yeah, it's hard to, it's just hard to see. Very, very subtle. That volume bar right there. But there is that cross right there. There's the cross, 1470 or so. The ADMA crossing above the 20 SMA. One moment. Okay, guys, the docu is still, I'm just waiting to see if we can take out 155. Got to watch this one tomorrow. Really have to watch this one tomorrow. Takes out 155. Don't lose sight of CPIX, okay? I won't. Yeah, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left is 760 or so. 2 days ago, low float, 8.2 million in the float. Chopping though right now. I mean, I don't see a little bit of volume coming in. All right, guys. Well, things have really slowed down for me. 2 o'clock. This is my long day. Helping out on the Q&A at 3 o'clock. Did I say 3 o'clock? 2 o'clock Eastern time. All right, guys. ACET at 15 now. Can it hold? Did it do it on any sort of volume? See what it's hard to see, I know, but you can just sort of see a little bit of increasing volume on the 15 minute. There, that one right there. Yeah, as I said before, I refuse to believe it's just going to stay at 17 for the court. It's either looking for a pop up or move down, just like Real said. All right, here's that. I've been talking about this one. This AFYA, it has some room. I mean, look at the daily chart, 1583, some room. Yeah, I mean, that's something you've got to contact IB about, Denver, obviously. I certainly can't help you. Yeah, maybe a little fake. Come on, ACET. I just want to see you take out 15 in a big way. Yeah, I have that ISIG thumbnail. I do see it moving here. Little base right here, I guess. Need volume. Just get volume. Imagine I can't just get a volume bar like one of these ones to really accelerate it through. Traders are going to be looking at this 25 level as a potential magnet. Sorry, guys. I'm just sort of concentrating on the ACET. I want to really see if it wants to take out 15. I'm interested in the ISIG, but it really, I don't know how many I'd take. To me, there's pretty decent resistance, maybe around that 21 mark. Actually, about a dollar away, 21.76. Looking right around here. This has come right back, guys. NVEI has actually come right back. Look at the volume that came in on that 2 minute. Look at the volume, compare it, compare it, compare it, compare it. So the volume came into it. Can it take out that high? That's the question. If it takes out that high, I think it could be off to the races again. And that high is, it's about $3 away, but that's a nothing move for this one right now. Off by a penny? Sugar. Yeah, you're right. It was 154.99. Guys, volume is coming in to the ISIG. Look at the 15-minute chart. You can just see it. Look at the volume coming in. Compare it to the previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 7. So almost 2 hours. And this has another 8 minutes to close. This is good volume coming in. Though I'm sure this is going to be bigger than this one even. So this is the biggest 2 hour volume that we've seen for ISIG for a while. All right, look at this surge in that NVEI. Look at this surge here. Okay, we have SPWH just showed up on the option scanner. Pretty late, but wow. Okay, what's the high looking left? 1316. And then there's 1375. Keep an eye on this, guys. I mean, if it takes out that high of yesterday, this has a chance. A little extended right now. 42 million in the float, so it's not crazy high, not crazy low. And it's right there now, guys, just a bit above. It's got a bit of a gap to fill then to the next high looking left, 1375 as I said before. Showed up in the option scanner. The price was 1309. And there it goes, ISIG. Now, will this stall it? I mean, look where it got to. This hasn't closed yet. 2150. There's 2195 right there. Come on, SPWH, what do you want to do here? I mean, this is, again, there's the next high looking left, 1375. You mean like a beaten up name, yes. It had earnings, I guess, on the, actually, what am I, I'm wrong. This has earnings after hours today. Has earnings actually after hours. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Don't lose sight of the docu, guys. Still, the docu maybe making another attempt to get to that 155 and beyond. All right, guys. Well, look what happened to court. I mean, unfortunately I lost sight of it, but look what happened to court. It broke out this way, not below. This way, meaning it popped. And look at the volume that came in. CORT. Look at the volume that came in to court. CORT. All right, ACET attempting that 15 again. Looking at that SPWH, I really wanted to start moving. IPOF, haven't seen one of those for a while. One of Chamath's. Haven't seen one of these for a long time now. Yeah. The bloom is definitely off most of the SPACs, guys. Nice tight spread now for the ISIG. All traders are looking at is this, $25. Little red bar ignored, sort of, on the 5-minute chart. Volume is still coming into the ISIG. ACET at 15. These are like horse races. Doc, just a minute, please. Okay, guys, again, ACET nearing that. Well, it's at 15 right now. Docu getting closer to that 155. Okay, iSig. Well, you can. I might as well play this game. This will be really interesting in the last hour also and after hours. I mean, there's, if this closes well, the iSig, and the volume keeps steadily increasing. Ah, man, oh man, I ticked off that I missed out on the court though. Very ticked off. We saw this one. I said it wouldn't. I didn't think it would stay at 17 for the rest of the day. Just wasn't sure on the direction. Ended up taking a loss on the SPWH. Had a small gain, and then I ended up actually taking a little loss on the SPWH. That did not pan out well. It looked pretty good for a while. 1309 on the alert. Got up to 1326. But then it just dropped. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, guys, I say back up at 22, ACET over 15, and the docu just hanging underneath that 155 mark. I haven't looked at Apple in a long time. What are you doing? Yeah, all-time high. Wow. Yeah, big volume coming in. Yeah, absolutely. Look, yeah, look at the volume coming in. There's on the 2-minute, 15-minute. Some volume definitely coming into Apple. I think if ACET can get to, around that 15.10 to 15.12 on the bid, it might leave 15 behind. Right now, it's still up in the air if it's going to take out that 15 in a big way. The good news is that bottoming tail. The sellers tried, well, it's not that much, but the sellers tried to knock it down only to 14.97, and the buyers did close it up. All right, guys, as I'm getting set to closer to closing down the room, one last look at my home page and all the information that is in my home page or on my home page. Okay, so if you click on my link, so this is what you'll see if you want to take out a subscription right now. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. We have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly on premium and standard. There are the prices, minus the 15% for the premium and the standard. You can always go to a monthly though. In fact, I would recommend do not take out an annual subscription if you do not know that you want it, because you have to check our refund policy. Okay, so start off with a monthly. You can always upgrade later if you want to an annual, and we'll honor the 15%. The 15% on the monthly is only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. And again, the difference between premium and standard is the AI. Okay, so for instance, the AI gave you a short of ZIM at 6102, 6% right now. The long of PLAB, 16.58, 3.4% now. So not bad, not a bad day for the AI. 3 winners. 1-0 and a couple of obviously misjudged the NVEI, but you've got to stop. I mean, you've got to stop. It's not like you have to hold on for dear life forever. Every one of the alerts, you have a stop. As long as if you obey your stop, you don't get hurt. But it's interesting because the AI looked at NVEI right here. You can see exactly what happened right there. There's a down arrow. So it looked at this and said, okay, you've had this little pop-up, but we don't believe in that pop-up, and we're going to initiate a short right here. Now, of course, did it work? No, but you have a stop. You just, as long as you obey your stop, you don't get hurt. And more information. So the trade of the week, free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon, free. Education, free. Most of it is pertaining to trade ideas. This is the big user guide we now have. And it's always being updated now. So here we have sections, but we also have a full table of contents that is searchable. But if you're starting out, this is what I would do. I would take the 20 introductory lessons. And these covers all of the basic features. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, etc. All the way down to the introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. And daily support session. So in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over. And also, Chris is there between Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So you can head over there also. And daily webinars. Today is Wednesday, so there was a webinar today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all here, all free. And again, if you are new to trading or you just need a refresher, great little video series right here, all free. Okay, the only thing that costs, well, a subscription, obviously you need to have a subscription if you want to see my scans. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. The moving higher with unusually strong options, and then these daily breakouts on the 10-day daily breakouts and downs, which I absolutely love. And then these are the 4 I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to, maybe figure out what I think might be moving for the day. Not every stock that, I post is going to be moving, but we usually get a pretty good idea in the pre-market what is going to be interesting to follow. And I also added the lifetime lows. So a lot of information on my home page in these 2 sections. Save the link, and then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want. Haven't seen Yell for a while. We used to see that quite a bit. Real is just saying that Yell popped. Yes, look at the volume again. Volume, volume, volume. And this is almost an all-time high. You can see it right there, 98.7%. So it's within 1.3% of an all-time high. The all-time high obviously is, it's so close. Looks like it's 14.79. And P-Lab making another little move up. Again, guys, I would watch this one tomorrow. I said this earlier. I would watch this one tomorrow. It's an all-time high. It's an earnings play. And just see if it has, 2 or 3 days continuation off earnings. Obviously the reaction has been great. It's not a high float, not a low float. So again, depending how P-Lab closes, again, this is not a recommendation, but I'm just pointing out because we get the question all the time. First of all, A, is Trade Ideas any good for swing trades? And B, is the AI or Holly good for swing trades? Well, again, look at this one, okay? Obviously, it has no resistance now. It's an all-time high, so it has no chart resistance. If it closes well, you can make up your mind if you want to swing it. If you took this one earlier and you're in a profitable position already, then it makes it easier to perhaps swing it if you take some profit or something. But I mean, this is looking pretty interesting as a potential swing trade. No, you're welcome, Tantan. I'll be the only one pronouncing it like that, I'm sure. So let's look at yell. You guys are yelling about it. I guess I gotta really look at it. Now it's an all-time high. Remember, it was just almost an all-time high. 1479 was it. So it's taken that out now. The volume, 32 million in the float. So not a huge float, not a low float, but not a huge float. So guys, as we start getting closer to 3 o'clock when I wrap this up, ask me questions now, if you have any. Not that you can't all day long, but I'm basically done. I am fried. FTXN, okay, give me a moment. Okay, so this is an ETF, yeah, so I don't know what the heck is going on there. I don't believe it. I don't believe that topping tail. That's just something crazy happened there. I mean, there's no volume, so I don't know what happened there. I'm looking at, well, actually, I do see it. I do see it on my IB chart, though. I do see it. Sometimes our trade ideas charts look a little crazy, but I do see it on an IB chart also. But what it means, I don't know. And we have another halt here, or a resume now. We have a halt for VECT. By the way, guys, I'm not a plug. I don't work for Dell, you know that, but I did get a new laptop yesterday from Dell, and it is their XPS. I don't know maybe a 9510, but it's with their OLED and 3.5, 3500. I'm tired, sorry. Resolution, unbelievable. If you're into watching stuff, it is unbelievable. Little pricey, but if that's important to you, the screen display, it is awesome. It's a new toy, absolutely. I believe it's the XPS. I want to say 9510, but all you have to do is make sure that it's OLED, the OLED display, 3.5K high definition. So it's not 4K, but it's 3.5K. You probably wouldn't notice the difference. Touch screen, which I love. Now look at ACET, guys. ACET. So if I type in 9510, I think that's what it's called. But just all you have to do is see if it's got a touch screen, number one, and OLED, and 3.5K. And that is a superb display. No, Best Buy didn't have it. I know, I feel horrible. Best Buy did not have it. I begged them to get it, but they just don't have that one. So I got it directly from Dell. All right, so this is what our friend Zach is saying. 1450, take it 1450 or lower. No, I don't plan on trading on my laptop. No, no. It's a 15-inch one. Also, it's a 15-inch one. No, I don't plan on trading on my laptop. I mean, I need my desktop. I need my 3 monitors, and I know you can attach monitors, but no. Come on, ACET. I want you to get back to those highs of the first 15-minute candle. All right, let's see if it does get back to 1450. Yeah, ISIG is looking not bad either. I mean, if it takes out 22 with any sort of oomph in terms of volume, I mean, I think this again, this is one to watch, guys. You know, going into the final hour and even after hours, see what it does. And we have a halt, or resumed. The VECT just resumed. Ugh. That's an ugly looking chart. I used to have a subscription to Wired. I love that magazine. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, Docu just about got back up, got to that 155 within pennies again. Just does not want to take out that high of 2 days ago yet. It's only a number, but look at this. It just, you know, got to 154.99, but it, a couple of times right there. And there it is, 155, I think. Well, 155.40. Okay, not quite 150, a little over 155. So follow this one tomorrow, guys. I mean, even if after hours this starts to take out 155, just look at the gap. There's P-Lab, guys. Plab. Again, I'm going to nag, but watch this one tomorrow. See how this one closes? I mean, this is nothing stopping it. All-time high. Earnings play. Well, Zach, you said you were going to do it in December, and you did it. Congratulations. ZIM. I got to take a look at this ZIM. Wow, so that actually got down to 56. There was a short from the AI really early, chopped around. But look at PLAB. I mean, it just keeps. Now it's starting to accelerate higher. It's starting to get a lot of action. Here's my momentum scanner right there. This is just from the channel bar, guys. It's the Momo scanner from the channel bar. I don't think I made any changes other than maybe a price range. Other than that, I don't think I made any changes. So you two can have it. Voy. Am I supposed to, is that a symbol? So I must be misunderstanding, Patrick. I don't know what the VOY means. So my concentrations once I shut down this room are going to be on the iSig in case it takes out 22 with a lot of volume. I may even swing PLAB. I'm not in it. I've never been in it, but I may swing it depending how it closes. Swing it for a day. Kroger, okay, let's take a look at Kroger, KR. So interesting because it had earnings here and looked pretty good. I mean, there's December 2nd, so it had earnings on this day. Looked pretty good. I mean, a nice pop. Held the last 3 days, not bad. And then, yeah, for some reason, right now, a little bit of pressure, downward pressure on it for some reason. So why is Albertson going up? No, no, ACI is going down also. All right, ACET guys, this is turning into a great little trade now. And you know, I'm looking at this 15-minute volume. I still don't see like anything like huge, but it's just inching its way up, challenging that 1577, getting closer. So the next high looking left is 1547. That is the second 15-minute. I'm sorry, that is the that's the second. That's the 945 candle. Plab, plab, plab. Oh, now you want to go down, Weber. WEBR. Okay, now, but it's a little late for me now, but I mean, there it is. I mean, it's an all-time low. Earnings play finally broke down a little bit. And that's the WEBR. I have to say a big kind of an uh-oh for the ISIG. I don't. That's a pretty decent. That's a pretty big pullback now, almost $2. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it just isn't trading very much. I mean, I love it because hey, it's an all-time low. Well, I love it. I mean, I wish though that the problem is, as I said earlier, the float is so low that it's hard to get. I mean, contrast it with the RDUS. You know, with I mean, it's not like it's high float, but 46 million in the float, a little more orderly. You know, the other one, WEBR, with that float, you can get some too many gyrations. But right now, I mean, right now, it looks like people are giving up, propping it up. Right now. You're supposed to be gone, Tan. Ooh, shoot, that was shortable too. Ah, okay. What a day. Every day it's what a day, but today, what a day. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end. Any last minute questions as I just get my script together that I can post? If you're talking in the simulator, you can't. Yeah. It, I'm trying to remember now if you can, it's either as a percent or a dollar value. Your best bet, okay? Your best bet, but you're talking about using Brokerage Plus, right? If you're talking about within Interactive Brokers, I don't know. If you're talking about just, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room regarding a trailing stop. If you're talking about from within Interactive Brokers, if you're talking about using Brokerage Plus and a trailing stop, your best bet is to contact, I think Michael is around. I know it's either you can use the percentage or the dollar value. I don't use trailing stop, so I'm not sure. Okay, I'm just going to flat out tell you I'm not sure. So, but if you go to our homepage, and maybe Chris, I don't know. I think no. I think Chris is not in the room. He would know. If you want to come back at 3:30 into the YouTube room, Chris will be there. I know he uses Brokerage Plus a lot, but otherwise, just click on the home that link and start a discussion, and just ask them that question. Okay. Sorry, I can't help you. One of the reasons I don't use trailing stops is because I'm not in so many trades at the same time. So consequently, I like to manage my trades on my own, okay, instead of putting what I consider that trailing stops are just kind of like an artificial way. I mean, what are you going to do? Put a 20-cent trailing stop, a half a percent or 1% trailing stop, whatever it is. I like to manage my trades on my own. And I can do that because I'm not in too many trades at the same time. But I do understand. I do understand why people are, want to wander away from your computer or something and you want to have some kind of a trailing stop. I get it. I just don't do that. All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions, so I think I will shut this room down now. Maybe I'll see some of you in the Q&A webinar at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Just get my script together. All right, so I'm shutting the room down now. I will open it tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, the room is open at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And I won't be on the mic until 9, but 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.